Okay, stream is even up like almost on time and everything.
Wow.
Also, hello, Voraktee.
Greetings.
Sarah,
Mm.
if they're waiting for me to make a Discord server, I think they'll find that I'm not going to make one. So
Yeah, that's the thing they don't realize.
They don't remember that I said I'm not moving to Discord.
And that's the secret plan, actually, is that they're going to wait for you to make a Discord server, and it's never going to happen. And then they'll get so sick of WhatsApp that we'll go back to Messenger. It's all part of my master plan. I'm manipulating them quite thoroughly.
Oh.
Well done.
Thank you. I don't know why they were so adamant about it being you, Mitchell.
I don't know either. It's so hard to make a Discord server.
So hard. No, it was more like they felt like it was a task that had to go to you. Like you would be upset if somebody else did it.
That's crazy.
It is crazy, but I saw an opportunity and I took it.
That's actually insane.
In the membrane.
So, yay.
Because we can't add results to polls.
Dude, right? Like that's the thing. That was that was the breaking point.
That's the straw. That's
the straw.
That's the
that
line in
broke
the sand.
Yes, correct. I don't understand it. Frankly, the not being able to add your own stupid answers to the poll is a bonus, but I still would prefer to go back to Messenger. Especially because I still use Messenger for like everything else. Now I'm just forced to interact on a different app for one group chat, and then all the rest of my group chats are still on Messenger. It's very silly. I have a lot of feelings about it. Clearly. And yeah, something about the enthusiasm in the group chat waning, and they think that moving it again to a different app is going to fix that. And I don't think that's actually the problem. Actually, I think we're all just busy. Hard to be present in a group chat when you got a lot going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for your support.
I will say, it actually did for our group because Facebook was getting so shitty that half the people just weren't using it.
I will also back that up. I literally I deactivated my Instagram and am going to deactivate my Facebook. I hate the company.
Wait, what are you using then? Is it WhatsApp?
I am trying to move over to like Blue Sky, but I'm very slowly doing it because I'm lazy. So,
Konnor, are you in a group chat with 10 other people?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
See?
Haven't been for
Konnor
years.
Konnor is not suffering from what we're suffering from. Konnor is...
No, I'm just saying I can understand wanting to move away from Facebook. Also, they started doing this dumb thing for Messenger where you have to like... It's just like a security thing, but it's annoying to me where it won't even show you message history unless you like authenticate.
Right.
So...
Well, I fear if we keep moving apps every week. Stop! You laugh every time I use that phrase. But it's true. I do fear that if we keep moving apps, the group chat's just going to cease to exist.
There is that.
Everyone's going to get lost in the shuffle of app to app to app. It's, I don't know. Maybe Discord is the solution. Who knows?
I could just invite everyone to Chili's.
Mhm.
in general, it's really locked down. So like
Yeah, they only,
half the roles are hidden.
they only have
like,
access to the dining room. They can't get to the kitchen.
Yeah,
Or even
like basically
probably
the only
bathroom
Or
in
the
your
restroom.
Chili's.
Yeah, correct. The restroom is
yeah.
not in Chili's, correct.
Way to do it.
The
Mhm.
only channels people have
That's the
access to
only-
are "Hi, welcome to Chili's" and "Thank you, come again."
There you go. I mean, but then my master manipulation. If you give
For reference, this is every other channel.
in, wow, there's some I don't have access to.
Yes, if I invite the group chat to Chili's, I will have to demote you, sadly.
Demote me?
Yeah,
Why?
because I'm not gonna deal with the politics of, well, why is Sarah an assistant manager?
I have every right to
When
be a
assistant
manager, and they
when
all know
assistant
that.
managers are just, they can see like 2 more rooms, they can see like 2 more things than everyone else. It's a little funny.
What are
How
we
dare
talking
you
about?
Not perpetuate my status.
Managing a Chili's.
I'm confused if we're talking about an actual Chili's or not.
Yes.
As real
no,
as any
it's a
Chili's.
Discord server.
Correct. It is as real as any Chili's.
Craziness. Well, if you don't add them to your server, Marisa's going to add us to hers. So take your pick.
Well, I already left Medusa's because she was being crazy in it one day, and I was like, this is insane.
I forget that I can just leave.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Wow, I can't.
I'm
just
already
press the whole button.
I'm in so many other Discords that I don't even use.
Mhm.
And who knows? Maybe when I do the Great Discord Purge of 2025, hers won't make it, as it didn't make it in 2024 or 2023.
Wow, you purge annually.
That's hilarious. I was the one who said I don't want to go. I don't understand.
I know.
I guess
We've
no,
been
no
so
one is-
clear. They
no
don't
one
listen.
actually read or listen, which
No,
is
they do not.
actually has been a huge problem with this group
Correct.
for as long as I can fucking remember. So
Absolutely. I know.
okay, who wants to give us a recap?
I can give
Who
you
wants
a
to give it to
partial
us?
one.
That's illegal. That's illegal. You don't have the authority.
Who wants to give
This
us the recap?
isn't your game.
That's it.
Varys is
And
the one that
that's
has to ask.
It's an excellent call, and we'll let it ride. I believe that's the procedural term. You still get hero points for it. We're still bribing you for them, so you know.
Do I get it if I only give the recap for the portion I was able to attend?
Yeah. Whoever talks about
Admittedly,
the
the
last
portion-
half, Moto's gonna have to correct them anyway. So
I see. So we can tag team it. So we each get a hero point?
I didn't say that.
It was
They get a hero
heavily
point. I
implied.
want a hero point. We all should get hero points.
Well, there's a certain inequity of work. Like,
We can do the like 1-word story game to all piece together.
mm,
Oh, that would go beautifully.
mm.
Okay, I'll start. The
And
all right, now me and Bill get a hero point. Thank you.
There you go.
All right. I mean, comments, corrections, additions.
A lot, actually. Oh. Let's see. What I have from the start of last session is we were still at that Temple of Scala, and we were trying to see if we could use the hourglass, like if it would be of any use to us outside of this temple. Turns out it's not. Then our horses got spooked because the Arumvarax made an appearance again and was eating through a bunch of our metal gear. Turkon was ready to punt that thing just to oblivion, but was talked down by Turris, who wanted to have it as an addition to the tower. We argued a bit about it, but ended up Scene was able to subdue it with some music, and we were able to get it over to Tower Einkred. We popped in there incredibly briefly, enough to get the horses and the cart through, the Arumvarax thrown at Luca, and then we got a message from the giants. They had delivered the drawing of the huntsman's amulet. So we looked that over. It was familiar to Turris, but he wasn't able to really pinpoint why, as far as I know. Then we ended up going back through the door, dispelling it, and Ogwyn cast the teleport for us to Tamleoc, and we got, this is when I started cutting out, we got to Tamleoc. We kind of popped into Rurith's throne room. He was in the middle of receiving a briefing from Drawreb is the name I have. Something about they captured a Tamelian woman who was carrying a letter declaring war. And then that's kind of when my internet crashed. Something about Wisdom of the Four, something about warning Regent and Batzorig and Eighth Bite are on their way. We want to be there. And then I don't know what happened after that. An inn, I think.
Correct. The group started heading towards an inn. Isha kind of noticed that Ogwyn was not perhaps the most comfortable here, particularly in Rurith's presence, so they had a little discussion about that. And then an in-room was purchased. A singular bedroom in-room was purchased, and then the entire group piled in. A door was drawn, and the group was whisked off to the tower. And then we handled some follower conversations, some side stuff. If anyone wants to recap their sides of those conversations, that would be helpful to me, because I'm probably going to forget. But I can try. Isha asked.
Scene talk to nobody.
I want to hear what you thought happened.
What I thought happened. Suppose that is.
I want to hear what you remember.
Twisting this around on me. Isha
As always.
asked Apahu to find a stable master. Isha asked Asilia to come to Lenova to find someone who seeks the light, and to take Apahu and and Sandra. Also, there was a catfolk lady named Sandra there. She was a guard.
Oh.
I'm just gonna let Isha act. Moto, you're up. Now it's my turn to see what you remember.
We're really hot
crazy.
potatoing this recap.
That's crazy. You think I don't have explicit notes?
Obviously you do. Oh my god, thank you for the 58 Simplaz.
Don't worry, I saved you. Now with this in your ear, you can't possibly give a recap.
So it has to
go to Moto.
Been incapacitated.
Yeah.
The audience also won't be able to hear it, which is perfect. You should have been here last week, audience.
When we returned, Turris was giving Egwin a tour of the tower, and Isha took the opportunity to sprint off to find Asilia and Pahu. I then interacted with talking to Apahu, who was a catfolk named Sandra of the Goneman, who was one of the guards who actually attempted to arrest us at Oriol's house.
Oh.
I had a interaction with her, and then I sent her off. And then I took Apahu to Asilia, and I had Apahu utilize his abilities. So I asked Apahu to find someone who can help care for the Urumbaraks and other exotic animals, because I feel like this is a pattern that is going to be occurring.
Know what you're talking about.
And I would like to have someone who is not an engineer deal with an animal. And then I had and then Varys was correct. I had Asilia do some stuff, and then I also gave them 10 platinum to sort of like not be like here, so that they could like operate in Tamleoc proper without needing to like go back and forth through a door. After Apahu left, Asilia kind of like was like, "Hey, Apahu is I don't get it," and I was just kind of like, "Well, you don't gotta." And then I spoke to Turris about it, and I was just like, "Well, if something bad is happening, I guess we'll deal with it, but I'm not gonna make a big deal about it right now." So. And that's where we ended.
She doesn't like to work with criminals? Is that the conflict?
No, Asilia doesn't understand Apahu's motivation.
Oh.
It's sort of what I assumed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Asilia used specific words, but I think that she was using flowery words to sort of hide how base her distrust is.
Sounds about right. Yep. And
However, she is still going to work with him, so I'm not that concerned.
yeah. Isha had a moment where she was like, "Are you worried for your safety?" And Asilia was like, "No. No, I'm fine, man." And so Isha was like, "All right, then."
Oh, we also need to talk about the weird symbol of the huntsman.
I was trying to remember if I gave that to you guys last time.
You did.
Okay.
You did. You
You
gave
did.
us a photo. I drew it in my notes.
Probably better than I did.
Not true.
Unlikely.
Yeah.
Me and Sarah have both admitted we're not artistes.
I am not an artiste. But it is
It is
a
drawn, though.
visual. It is drawn.
It is drawn.
And I can pretty much understand what I drew. Not awful.
Also, Rura's holy symbol is a sword, which I think is really fucking cool.
Mm. Like a depiction of a sword or an actual sword?
Yes?
Oh, okay.
I would go.
Who knows? I don't know.
I would go blink back to the map, but kind of, we're gonna save that. There might be changes for the next time you guys are in the room. But there was the sword hanging literally above his head,
Yes.
in the
Okay.
light of all this stained glass.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There weren't comments or additions before. I will assume that there are not now. So.
Oh, was there XP? I'm at 488.
There was not XP.
I believe I was asked, and I believe my answer was hold your horses.
All right, I'll hold them.
Yeah. Varys, for once, said you guys didn't do shit. You guys did literally nothing.
Well, like,
no EXP.
You know, I do give XP
We
for like
argued.
narrative moments and narrative progress, and we're coming up on payoffs for a lot of those. That will give XP, so we don't need it now.
Continue to hold the horses. Got
Yes.
it.
You all right, Joe? Hey. That was a loud one.
He had to hack something up real quick.
Yeah. Okay. So, you guys are still in the tower. I rarely come up with excellent hot starts, but today in particular, why is my... Oh no. I just realized I have to fix some OBS things.
Oh.
As a consequence of reinstalling my graphics drivers earlier. Anyway. Anyway, I rarely come up with good hot starts. Probably especially true today. But you guys are in the tower, having discussions with the various followers and such. I know there was kind of like a plan to rest for the night, maybe in the tower. But basically, we'll just go ahead and have the camera settling on the tower as evening falls, and you guys are free to continue any discussions with any of the followers here, or any preparations for the next day. You guys know, well, if timing is working out appropriately and the other group wasn't waylaid, they are probably arriving at Tamleoc sometime on the morrow. There hasn't been a terribly formal discussion between the group about what happens next and what your goals are in Tamleoc, but the night is yours, and if you just want to rest and not head back into the city, that's fine with me. I'm gonna go back to fixing my stream.
I wanted to try to connect with Vicitia and see if she knew anything about this amulet. But I don't know if she's in the tower, so I suppose Steris would be trying to locate her.
Okay. You ask around. Vicitia is not in the tower at present.
Okay.
And it has been a couple of days, maybe the better part of a week, since you guys have been in the tower. Really.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then I think if Steris had been searching around, asking around, Vicitia is not there, perhaps she'd go to the library and try to sift around to see if there's anything helpful there. Second floor is now safe.
Yes, second
for everybody.
Second floor is safe.
Okay. So I'll take advantage of that, and she'll kind of settle in there, trying to do some research, and maybe taking a little time to gather her thoughts.
Okay. All right. And this is research on what in particular? Sorry, the symbol.
On trying to see if there's anything.
Okay.
She can I have some guesses, but she's doing a little research.
I would love to hear what those guesses are, but you can do your
I
research.
feel like. Well, I mean, my guesses are. I feel like the hourglass bit feels like Scala, especially because we just did. I feel like it has to do with the 4, but I don't know for sure.
Okay.
I feel like one of them could be Scala, one could be a representation of Donala, and the other Arcanus.
Okay.
So I suppose she's doing research on different depictions and symbols of the 4 and seeing if any of them match. If that gives you a direction for kind of what I'm looking up. Yeah.
Go ahead and roll a religion check for that, I think.
Okay.
Okay. I just realized one of the symbol's names is also a WoW dungeon. I was trying to figure out.
The crossover.
Like, maybe I can come up with an alternative real quick, but maybe we'll just send it as is.
You were like, how'd that get there?
Real life blends with your story.
So, yeah, the symbol on one with kind of the hourglass shape, it's really somewhere between like an hourglass and an infinity symbol. Like the symbol that you find is a stylized version of both kind of like blended together, more so than what you see on the rough sketch of this amulet. And that is called the Eye of Eternity, and it does have some religious significance to devotees of Scala.
Shit dungeon, by the way.
True.
I love this. Which one?
Actually, I'm more on Bill's side of it. The Eye of Eternity.
Oh.
Anyway, so that is one thing that you find. The other thing, I haven't given you guys a depiction of the other object, but many of your characters have stared at it for a significant amount of time, and it's silly for me. Yeah, dog?
Oh, yes, it is silly.
Goodness gracious, sorry about that. Anyway, so there's this other object that your party has had in your possession for quite some time.
Uh-oh.
That also has some connection to Scala and the 4. The puzzle box.
Oh, yes.
And you're sitting there researching it, looking at these symbols. And you see one more like clear depiction that matches one of the symbols on matches some of the design on the puzzle box. It's not as pronounced on the puzzle box. It's like one of many details there. But the depiction on this amulet does like match up to being a 3/4 view of just the puzzle box. I've never wished more that I had given you guys a prop for that to observe and look at.
Wait, I'm confused. So the actual symbol looks like the puzzle box,
No.
not the symbol on the face.
Correct, yes. The literal amulet, the sketch of the amulet, looks like a literal picture of the puzzle box. Just less detailed and more stylized. So like one thing that my paint drawing doesn't get across is that the like lower left picture has been stylized into kind of looking like a bird shape a little bit.
Where's this paint drawing?
In our Monsters Save the World chat up a little bit. I can pan it. I should probably put it in a handout in the game.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Yeah. The sketch of the amulet that the huntsman is wearing.
Interesting. Oh, he's in a mood right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's always in a mood.
He's feeling riled up. Crazy. Why the heck would the huntsman be wearing an amulet of the puzzle box?
And remind me, the huntsman is one of your vengeful sight targets?
Yes. So he's not even going to get a chance to answer that question. I'm kidding.
And also the
Also the one that killed Oriole.
yeah, and that like Farley met with to exchange the book or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Folgers.
I know.
Really just in your cup.
Wherever the
today.
hell he ended up. Jeez. We still got to reconnect with him eventually, but you know. Man.
The why is a good question, and your current religion check only gets you kind of a part of that puzzle. That one of the symbols on the amulet is this kind of Eye of Eternity symbol.
Mhm. Okay.
And it is specifically, let's see. Like the Eye of Eternity is not just that hourglass shape, it is specifically like, you know how if you look at the top of the box at this angle, it's kind of like a diamond shape.
Mm-hmm.
It's done up so that that diamond shape is like more curved like an eye, you know? And the hourglass / infinity symbol is making up kind of the pupil of it.
Let me adjust my sketch.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Sounds good. Having put that together on her own, Steris will then go seek out Luca and ask to borrow the puzzle box, and then she'll try to present this information to the party.
Okay.
I'm not there.
Of course you're not. You're never fucking there. Present it to whoever I can find.
So, folks who are easily findable about the tower, you get gathered to be presented this information, probably in the common room. Steris eventually finds you and collects you all to go to the common room.
Do any of you know where Isha is? Isha's where Isha always is, huh?
They probably all saw me leave the tower.
Okay. Leave the
I'm
tower.
in Tamleoc.
Oh! Okay. I will catch up.
I was kind of assuming we would have a moment where everyone would say what they're doing, but we never did that. So
I see.
I asked
Well,
for
we're
it,
doing it right now.
but I guess we did kind of roll on with... I rolled on with the first thing that anyone said.
As you do.
This one does.
You can't do anything with nothing. You know?
True. Kind of. True
yes,
enough.
he can.
Yes, stop.
Yes, he can.
I suppose. So it's Turris seen Rakon. And
Yeah.
Sarah's
and-
soul.
Oh, I was just gonna say specifically while you were doing that, Scene would have been talking to Turris about like, man, we need to make this entryway feel a little more welcoming. And we keep bringing strays home, and I think we need to create a space that feels inviting.
You know, I think you're right. What do you suggest?
And then Scene would just start like moving furniture around with tourists in the entryway. Creating just like nice little seating areas, like just little like sectioned off areas, like a place where Scene can like sit and play music, as a place where like some of the people that come to the tower could kind of just like relax and hang out. And yeah.
We're away from the tower for 1 week. And you have to immediately rearrange everything.
Oh yeah.
Take
Masquerading it as to be more welcoming, but really it's just because you wanted a better place to like.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's he's like, he actually sort of set it up like a little pseudo stage. So it's like a bunch of seating that's facing a general area where there's a chair for Scene to sit and play.
Pretty soon he's gonna hang up like a poster. Like
Yeah.
His set list, all that.
It's gonna be like tour posters.
Tour posters. He'll make merch. It'll be great. This will be like a VIP experience for all your fans.
Mm-hmm.
Well done,
Incredible.
Sam. Take our second ever connection-based hero point as we're
Go.
discussing retiring them very shortly.
Ever. I feel like it's happened more than twice. But
Both
damn.
of them were me.
Nuh-uh. I got one for talking to
true, yeah.
Turkon.
That is true.
Okay,
Maybe
two of
third
the-
ever.
two of
Maybe
the
third
three
ever.
were. Yeah, 2 of the 3 were me.
Oh. Good job.
Thank you.
Tourist, do you approve of this sudden rearrangement? I must ask, what is...
Scene is open to, like, obviously this is literally the inside of tourists essentially, so like
We can't help ourselves. We have to make that joke every time.
yeah, it's pretty like, this is very, very personal to tourists, very
Every piece of
specific to
furniture.
him. Scene just wants people to be comfortable and have a place to listen to good music.
Do we have any evidence that they are uncomfortable?
I mean,
You're
It's
like, yeah, 'cause
literally
they
a
don't have a place to listen
dungeon.
to my music.
yeah. I don't know. I mean,
I can follow it. I
tourists
can follow it.
Tourist just awoke out of nowhere. Like, he probably didn't spend too much time making it feel nice to people who aren't a dungeon.
Frankly, I think he's shown nothing but hospitality since we've met him.
He hasn't had that much time to redecorate.
He
yeah,
has
that's
not.
what I mean.
That's
It's
what
like,
it is. He needs your
yeah.
trained eye for the redecoration bit. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, sorry to interrupt, but we have some things to discuss.
I'd probably say it looks good.
We
And then
can
he'll rearrange it
workshop
later.
it.
He'll rearrange it later on his own.
Yeah.
You guys will be arguing over one chair's placement for days.
He specifically set out the like cushiest chair for tourists, and it's closest to the stage.
Oh, excellent.
Aw. Perfect. So Steris will kind of put the puzzle box down next to the sketch that we received from the giants and kind of urge you guys to point out any similarities. She'll say that she believes this is just a simplified version or a simplified drawing of the puzzle. And then she'll share that the huntsman is the one who is specifically seeking out our party. So I anticipate that we'll be encountering him sometime soon. But he's been around for some time. He's the one who killed Oriel and made it look like he framed Turkon. And remind the party that he's also the one that Farley had interacted with and had gotten the book. And I think it would be prudent of us to keep secret that we're the ones that have the puzzle box, unless somehow he already knows them.
Where did you say he was now?
Activate my sight, and I'll tell you. She'll gaze
Oh
off
yeah,
dramatically.
yeah. Right now you can actually see him from the tower. It's far enough south that you see him instead of this other fellow up towards Temel.
Mhm.
Yeah. Let me consider a moment. Go back to the
Yeah,
Valley
you ask
March
that
map.
question, stares off in silence for however long. And I'll recount. I haven't that Raven moment.
Still kind of southeast, probably a little more south than east at this point. Probably quite a bit closer, kind of making his way kind of along the coast, it seems. No longer in kind of the southeast of mountains, but meandering along the coast.
So, Steris will share that. He's close, but not significantly so. It'd probably be a few days to catch up with him, is my guess.
Would it be worth it? Would it be prudent?
Well, seeing as he is trying to find us on his own, why waste the time? I figured we'd deal with him once he makes himself to us. We have other things to prioritize. I
suppose so.
I just wanted us to keep this in mind.
Very well, then in mind it shall be.
Now, where did you say Isha went? Back in Tamleoc?
That is correct.
Are you asking tourists or are you asking...
Oh, sorry.
No, all of you. I'm assuming you saw Isha leave. I don't know how we were playing Steris being absent, but I'm pretending I don't know anything.
Yes, I believe Isha decided to make way back through the portal.
Did she say what she was trying to do?
Of course not.
Great. Seeing as that
in the background scene would just be like pushing a like sofa, and it makes that awful like scratching noise on the floor.
Mhm.
I can feel it in my bones.
Versus teeth are rattling.
Yeah.
Maybe leave that one there.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
Or ask Turkon for help. You shouldn't push the furniture. You can lift it. Anyway.
I go over and just start picking up furniture because I don't know what we're doing, and putting them in random places.
Turkon's like, I heard I need to lift something.
Thanks, man.
Stacking one sofa on top of the other, no worries.
Feng shui expert here.
Buddy.
Josu doesn't like it.
He does not.
It's too high for him to jump on.
He
Get
hates
those
it.
sofas off each other.
He hates it when furniture is like moved and rearranged.
Aw,
He's such an anxious dog about such random things.
Mm.
Like
how funny.
I moved all the furniture across my room, and it took him like a month to lay on the couch again.
Oh.
Totally fine hopping back on his chair, but the couch, he was like, no.
All right. Well, in preparation for Batzoreg, 8th Bite and Regent making it to Tamleoc as anticipated tomorrow. We should talk about what we're trying to do in that situation. I know we had overheard Batzoreg saying, or was it 8th, saying that they wanted to see how Regent interacts with Rurith. And we're assuming that they want to talk to Rurith to try to get some kind of alliance out of him, right?
Seems so, yes.
Yeah,
don't
Eighth was
Rurith
Eighth
is
was
gonna
saying
go for
something
it.
about that.
Okay. I doubt Rurith would actually go for something like that. But we don't know what information they might present. Do you think if our presence is known in Tamleoc, that would change the outcome? Should we try to lay low so we can see the more, like, true interaction Regent is trying to accomplish with Rurith?
It's tough to say. Unless you have any better ideas, I assume that they're the ones that, at least their metal man sent the larger construction after us.
Yeah, they clearly didn't want us to interfere. I guess I just don't know specifically what threat we pose.
I don't know if I trust the robot to not resort to force if that's what it comes to.
You're worried for Rurith's safety. Frankly, I think Rurith's more capable than we are. My worry is that he allies with them. I don't really see how that could come to be. But again, I don't know what I don't know. And then we had shared, I think Isha had shared with Rurith last session that the mediary for the restorations, I think her name was Julia, was
Yes.
maybe compromised, and Rurith was going to kind of handle that internally. Am I remembering that?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess despite my reservations about our presence perhaps influencing the conversation, I guess I prefer to be in the room when it happens, if possible. Kind of feels like there isn't. I don't know what to prepare for.
If your character was there, like
Mhm.
let's just assume Staris was there, Isha's plan is to kill Regent
Oh,
at
okay.
the meeting.
At the meeting. Okay. That seems fair. I want Regent to talk and reveal as much information as they will, and then we can kill him. Okay.
I don't know if you'll have that opportunity, but
Well-
we'll see.
We'll see. We have to see how it plays out, I suppose. All right. So then I guess we'll head back. Well, we who are still here will head to Tamleoc in the morning and await their arrival.
I suppose that works for me.
Nothing better to do.
I thought so. Just where this, he puts in air quotes, air quality bubble is going to react. And where you should check next.
Well, once Regent is dealt with, we can try to plan our next stop.
Aside from the construct that we dealt with, you don't suppose that Regent's only backup plan if things go awry are 8th Bite and Turkon's friend, do you? Do you think he has something else up his sleeve?
Well, considering he threw that other construct at us, yes. Very likely he does.
That's what I'm concerned about.
Are we talking about the constructs that like drop behind?
Yeah.
Huh? Okay.
That one. Yeah.
Maybe we should try and bait out anything that the region has, and Scene would look at Turris. Do you want to do another concert?
Tamleoc would be quite the ideal place to do another concert, actually.
Scene would nod. Lots of deep pockets.
Looks at Steris. He does have a point. We could use the funds again.
We could use the funds.
Unless
It would
Ruth plans
also-
on patroning us.
Well, I don't know if we should guarantee on any specific outcomes with Urith. There's still a
I
lot
also
to do.
I wonder if it would distract Regent and his gang.
Well, if they've even made it to Tamleoc yet, based on our guesstimations of their travel speed, aren't they not supposed to make it until sometime tomorrow? If you perform tonight, make your presence known, it could bait them out, or they could still be too far away to even notice. Either way, we'd be making money, so I'm not against it. Just don't want you to get your hopes up.
We could do a two-parter.
Your ideal outcome, I see. Might be nice to experience the nightlife of Tamleoc.
Scene would also throw out the option of like he could try and use tonight, and Turris or Steris could come and help, of like essentially doing some like due diligence of finding maybe where the best places to perform would be, or also like trying to learn about maybe if Rurith has been like, if there's anything we could figure out to see if there is any reason why he would accept a deal from Regent.
Well, I'm like, what do we know of Urith's motivation? We know that he hates the old gods and has seen too many of them being eliminated, killed, destroyed, what have you. There was also... We also know that he is keen on releasing the fur. And then there was a bit about the ley line. I'm trying to remember. I know Paris had had a conversation or read some journal or letter or something by Vicitia And it like alluded to work they're doing on the ley lines that maybe he would be upset with. So perhaps if
I forgot
Regent
about that.
has something that helps to like further Rurid's personal goal, that would be what would throw this alliance out of whack.
I'm just surprised he thinks it'll work in the first place.
Releasing the 4.
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, I was thinking about something else, I think.
Because I know you were doing research on the ley lines and trying to see the options of like rerouting them.
Yes.
And then we talked about there's a nexus that is, what's the word? Kind of like dampening everything. There's like I don't know if it's blocked or if it's locked or what, I can't remember, but there's something going on and the magic that's supposed to be flowing through this world is not flowing the way it should. I really need to make a gigantic Google Doc like I have in the other. I really need to do that.
But now that you
but
are
I do
more
believe that the
familiar with the campaign, I will end the world. I'll just fill in like the thing with the ley line nexuses. Basically, that power is flowing to the 4.
Yes. Okay. Yes, and that's what's keeping them contained, as far as we know, or at least that's my guess. It goes into their.
We do not have any actual information.
Okay. Well, that's my theory. All right.
We do have a timeline, but we don't really
Mhm.
understand what the Nexus is actually doing.
Okay. But we could always use funds, Scene. So I'm not against you putting on a little performance this evening.
Yeah, Scene would nod. How about I'll go for a middle of the road path. And Scene is going to try and essentially go do little mini performances at maybe some more run down, seedier places within Tamleoc. Just kind of seeing if he can make some money, see if he can find out anything, if anyone's heard anything about stuff that might be going on, or
Okay.
just anything that could be helpful to us. And he would just kind of hop around to these places, do some mini performances, and but he would still want to make sure that he has time to get a actual rest in.
Makes sense.
And he would throw out the option. He would throw out the option of either or both of, Steris and Turris to come with, but they don't have to. It's up to them.
Terrace would come. I like refining Isha.
Is this stuff that Scene is going to do tonight? Is that
Yeah, that would be the plan.
Roger. Okay.
Yeah, Steris would go with you. I don't think it's a good idea for us to split up. Even though Isha does it all the time, but she's a different.
Oh yeah, and Turkon. I know that Turkon's there too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Sounds like that is it for the tower for now. So you guys kind of gather yourselves, gather your things, and then head back through.
I'd return the puzzle box to Luca.
Gotcha. Yeah. Makes sense. And then you guys will head through the gatehouse and end up back in the small inn room in Tamleoc. And start kind of heading towards Scene's first performance, wherever that is. For now, we will jump over to Isha. Some time ago now. Walking through the door to the inn. And then, Isha, what are your plans for Tamleoc? What have you been up to while the group has been chatting and discussing for once?
I'm not doing anything really. I'm just like, I kind of just like go over to the like gate, like the main entrance.
Oh, okay.
And I'm just watching.
Oh, I see.
Doing
The
some peace and quiet.
like the main gate of Tamleoc?
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting.
She's in her gargoyle form at the top of the gate, just watching.
I can almost turn myself into a statue, literally.
Yeah.
Correct.
I'm actually very close to being able to do that.
What pose would Isha take as a gargoyle?
Well, classically, there's like 4 poses, right, for the gargoyles?
Mm-hmm.
That's actually a really good question. I've never thought about it before.
I know you're not actively trying to gather information other than watching the gate, but go ahead and roll me just a perception check. There are guards on patrol wandering around kind of in the vicinity of the gate. And yeah, easily enough, at some point during this.
Well, I am specifically looking for like people. I'm just here to make sure that they don't come in tonight,
Right.
and then that like they're already here in the morning.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. I'll get to that as well. Okay. So at some point, some guards, kind of like a pair of guards start chatting nearby, not realizing that you are a living being. And they're just talking in kind of anxious, hushed tones. Going back and forth, they are speculating about. Well, one of them was from the group that kind of picked up this Queen's Guard that brought this notice. You know, to be a declaration of war, but they're these 2 guards are speculating the one that was there is saying, like, you know, the guard captain looked very concerned after he read the letter. Doesn't take a genius to start worrying, really. You know, it's like, oh, you're being paranoid. Then let us know if anything truly dangerous is up. Everyone's like, I don't know. I don't know what news could make the guard captain's face go white as a ghost. Everything else that's happening, I'm Temel's too small to pose a real threat to the whole nation, but it's troubling that the other one's just like, oh, just let it go. No point worrying till we hear. Just take a breath. Go sit down and have a drink if you need to. I can keep watch. And then the other one's like, yeah, that's... I'll do that, and kind of walks away. Short version, despite what the guard captain said, at the meeting with Ruth, there are a couple of rumors floating around about what that delegation brought and what's happening. Give me one more perception check. This one is on the folks you see actually entering. No one matches the description of.
I will, for as long as I can, I will try to keep this up.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have said that before.
No, that's
but,
fine. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, so even though you didn't roll high enough perception for this, kind of a lone cloaked figure comes walking. Oh, that's so interesting. Okay, one moment. You're not at the point where you can cast this at 5th level, okay. And this is just invisible creatures.
Yeah, like it does not let me like dispel illusions.
Okay.
Or anything like that. So like if they come in under the effects of an illusion, I would not be able to see them with this. And neither would I be able to see any creature coming under such a guise.
Okay. You see a pair walking in. One is wearing a hood, kind of over their head. And the other one is tripped by or see the unseen and is invisible.
Is this a correction? So it's no longer a lone cloak figure, it's 2, right?
Correct. This is 2 cloaked figures.
Okay.
One of which is invisible, and you can see them only because of your see the unseen. And despite the fact that he's kind of like wearing a hood up to keep him out of the rain a little bit, you see the face of the voice under the hood.
Oh.
Who is not someone you were keeping an eye out for.
No, but he is interesting.
You can say that again.
Let me... He's following this other figure, and there's a moment where he kind of like stops. He's like looking around. Like you can tell he's trying to step lightly, trying not to like, you know, a couple of guards go and speak to this quote unquote lone cloaked figure entering, and so he's trying not to make a lot of noise. And while they're paused and like talking to the front cloaked figure, the voice is looking around, kind of like looks at the guards, and then like looks up and kind of does a double take. And Isha, he meets your gaze, spots you up there. Perceives through, I don't know how stealthy exactly you're trying to be. But he met your default stealth DC.
Yeah, I'd probably not be like, I'm probably not being incredibly stealthy. I'm just like trying to be out of sight a little bit, but it is this is interesting. This is such an interesting turn of events.
Yeah. So he meets your gaze after doing kind of a double take and almost not spotting you. And then he just kind of like tilts his head a little and smiles, like he's pleasantly surprised to see you.
Hmm.
With a little bit of sly intrigue kind of underneath, like almost looking a little amused.
And you guys remind me of the voices.
You killed him.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
the one we
okay.
killed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and then he
that's
came
right.
back.
He was working
It's
with
not
Augustine.
the voice of the seraph,
Correct,
right?
but no, it's the voice
No,
of the seraph.
Okay. Oh, okay.
The very same.
Because we know the voice and the eye of the seraph.
Oh yeah, and then there was someone
Eye is
that was
Augustine.
there was someone that was the hand, right? But they weren't the hand of the seraph.
No,
Correct,
That's
they
Earl.
are-
Earl is the hand.
Yeah, okay.
The hand, unrelated to
Separate
Seraph.
Correct.
Yeah.
The hand sans Seraph.
Sans. Correct.
This is such an interesting thing that is occurring.
Yeah, why the hell?
What a twist!
If you
Sorry, I'm just trying to make up my mind if I should attempt to dispel his invisibility, because I think that'd be really funny.
Let that little trickster side out, Isha.
Yeah, I guess I will be sleeping, so I will.
all right, so you reach out to start dispelling. Roll me a magical check, whatever tradition you would like. Okay. There is something else other than the invisibility there. And you have a moment where you could try to dispel that instead, if you would like. If you dispel the invisibility, you will almost certainly succeed. It'll just fall off.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the same level effect, so I just
Yeah.
counteract it. Interesting. Let's do the secret hidden thing.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for that one. Roll me a counteract check.
Ooh.
He's gonna fall over dead.
We love to gamble.
Oh.
No!
Hold on.
We hate gambling. Reroll that.
Doesn't even actually matter because you start. So you have described before your hero points as being kind of like looking into alternate timelines a little bit.
Yeah.
Like
I manifest the thing from the infinite time from the hallway, basically.
In the Spider-Verse.
So you start to like reach for that hero point, start to kind of like tilt your head to the side, kind of look into an alternate timeline, and it's like you bonk your head against a wall and are like locked into this timeline. You cannot kind of like seek for alternate paths. You see his eyes kind of like flash as this happens. And that kind of like pleasant smile turns into a grin. His eyes light up for a moment and then go back to kind of their dull regular color. As he uses a reaction. And then he just lifts his hand, lifts a finger, and kind of does the no shaking of his finger. Not countering the spell, of course. Specifically, your attempt to bend fate a little bit with the hero point. I'm gonna edit some text and then I can put the reaction in chat. I didn't expect this to come up now.
Interesting. He said my timeline only.
Oh, I guess technically also you're frightened. For a round. I'm so glad this happened.
What a weirdly specific, oddly specific thing to happen.
Guess there's a question of whether this is within 30 feet. The gate's not huge.
It's more interesting if we go with it. Wow.
But then the guards kind of finish their discussion with the front hooded figure. The voice turns his attention forward, and they are allowed through the gate. One of the guards kind of like looks over his shoulder towards the gatehouse. He's like, "Open it up," and grinding of gears. Door. Gate is opened, and they pass through.
Interesting.
I was hoping my replacement music would play a little more immediately, but I'm gonna start going through and just preloading every exploration song every time we play.
Every time.
You don't just load up you don't like preload the entire playlist before you start?
If I could right-click the playlist and hit preload, I would. And I kind of thought it did. I thought if you had a playlist just like in... Like, I thought it kind of preloaded everything for everyone. I believe I'm incorrect. So, is there anything more you would like to do right now? Would you like to keep your watch here at the gate for the other party?
No, he's a much bigger fish,
Okay.
actually. And my assumption is that my party mates are not that hard to find.
We're about to be real easy to find.
Also, by the way, the guards just like see me like slither out from underneath the gate.
My God. You hear them, they're like, "How was that?" The other one's like, "But must have just been our imagination, right?" The other one's like, Yeah. Wait, both of us?" And that's the last we hear of that conversation. As you slither away, make your escape. So you are trying to trail the voice now? Is that correct?
I don't know if I'm trying to explicitly trail him.
Okay.
He knows I'm here, and I think that's good enough for me.
Okay.
Actually, I should try and find Egwin, actually.
Okay. Weirdly, I believe he's back at the tower. Wait, are we talking?
Oh
Hold on.
yeah, we left him there.
So, I assume you
Well, I mean, he
mean...
has
Wait,
free will. He
Agwin?
knows.
I assume you mean
Or
the
Egwin.
Rune Knight Ogwin, and not the archaeologist
Kin's dad,
Agwin.
Egwin.
Oh, I forgot they're both named Egwin.
Correct.
No, there's a different inflection.
Yes, also correct.
Yeah, sorry. The Rune Knight Agawin.
Okay.
My bad.
They're both at the tower, so I mean,
He has free will. He can just leave.
yeah, he can.
That's crazy.
He's hanging out.
He loves Tower Aincrad.
Yeah.
The feng shui off the charts right now.
And I mean, he'd have to like go find a room somewhere else.
Uh-huh.
Like he can. He's a rune knight. It's probably, there's some kind of deal, something, but he doesn't have to now.
Yeah, I guess if I think he's at the tower, I go to the tower and then we can move to them. We can go do what they're gonna do.
Okay.
Actually,
We left the tower within minutes of you arriving back.
yeah, we're like you guys are like walking out.
We turn the corner and then
You guys are walking out and I'm walking around like you guys are like walking around the corner. I'm walking around the other corner behind you.
literally. We're like, where's Isha? Oh, we'll never know. Right there.
There is room to conveniently bump into them if you want to catch wind of what they're doing. But
I think. Well, my conversation with Agwin is not going to be that long. I'm just going to tell him that I was just going to inform him of the voice's presence and Tamleoc.
okay. He would say that he'll inform Ruth. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. He'll ask for a little more information on who this voice is.
We do have like a drawing of him.
True.
Yeah, we do actually.
And I will. I guess theoretically, I could like attempt to reconstruct the scene using this.
Okay.
If you would like.
Ooh.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So he'll have kind of a perfect idea of who to look for. And what the voice looks like and everything. So cool.
But yeah, I'm not. Any more than that is too much. I've done my part.
Okay. Back to the rest of the group. You have arrived in Tamleoc. You are going to set up a show?
Yeah, I'm trying to find seedy places to perform to try and learn things.
Okay. All right.
Can I roll underworld lore?
Yes, actually. That's actually what that's
It's
for.
ulterior motive.
If you roll perform first, you will have a better
Yeah.
roll. You'll have a bonus.
Yeah, so
Well, I mean, if you roll
do you
well.
want hidden?
No, you can know whether your performance went well or not.
Okay.
He's a professional. He can know.
Oh, I think that's a crit success for this particular group. You impress the observers, and they're likely to share stories of your ability. And also, you'll go ahead and get
Love it.
probably a. I love that performance is just like a self-aid action. Yeah, okay. So the DC for getting information from this crowd will be a little bit lower. If you want to carouse in this bar, in this kind of seedy local place after your performance.
Yeah. Can I also just to tack on? Can I use impressive performance? I'm not gonna go for the 2 hour. I'm probably just gonna do. Like I said, my goal is to do like little mini performances, so it's probably gonna be like 10, 20 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. You make
So,
impression. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and do that too.
Okay. So another performance roll.
Yeah. Most of the folks in here are now friendly to you. Everyone
Yeah.
is assured of your competence and your mastery of the performing arts. Some of them like you for it.
Okay. That's to be expected. Yeah, and then I guess after the show, Scene would just kind of talk to people and maybe try and like see if anyone around here has any idea of like I know you were earlier mentioning like rumors about what the declaration from the delegate could have been.
Okay.
Like Scene is, I guess he's kind of just curious about any rumors surrounding Rurith, if anyone like mentions anything to do with the Seraph.
Okay.
I don't think he would expect to hear anything about like Regent specifically.
But okay. So you're hunting like general rumors? You can kind of either.
Yeah. I think so. He's not trying to like make it like draw a bunch, because he's also not expecting there to be, I guess, like a super specific thing that he's going to learn from these people. It's more so like, is there anything he can learn while trying to make some money from like this kind of like side of town?
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. So you can seek rumors about specifically the like delegation from Tamleoc or general rumors. And it sounds like general is kind of the direction you want to lean.
Yeah.
If you guys have all made it clear, by the way, that you're like part of the same group, then all of you can have can kind of benefit from the effect of Scene's like lower DCs from the performance check.
Excellent.
So you can all kind of carouse if you'd like to gather rumors or find specific information.
Yeah, that's what I had imagined, is that we'd all be working the crowd.
Yeah. So, Scene, you can go ahead and roll. First, you have the underworld lore. So we'll kind of angle it towards the criminal side of things.
He's also, I guess, like if I can add maybe a spin on this, like he's curious if Rurith might be getting swayed one direction or the other by like any people within like the criminal side of things, or like being pressured by anyone.
Okay. Everyone, let me double check real quick what a critical success means for carousing. I don't actually know.
Most of the carousing, I think it lessens the time.
Oh yeah, that's kind of boring here, but oh, I guess, yeah, let's see. Yeah, I guess it's just successes and critical successes are about the same default. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, everyone you kind of tried to talk to about like, hey, does anyone have any extra like pressure on Rurith? Does Rurith like have any kind of like criminal elements that might be able to pressure him? You mostly get like laughs at that. And basically no. If anything, Rurith has pressure on any specific criminal organizations in Old Lanova specifically. Like maybe there are some that he allows to exist and has information of. No one really on the criminal side like knows ever like if Rurith is aware of them, if he's like allowing them to do their thing out of convenience, or if they're about to get like thrown in jail. Like, no one you talk to has any idea about Ruth's relationship with like criminals in the area, but he seems to keep a tight kind of hold on things. And it's really hard to get away with too much around here, especially in town.
Okay. Do I learn anything? Like, does anyone like, is there anyone who, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. Essentially, like, does anyone know of the Seraph or like seem to be acquainted with the goings on of the Seraph?
More and more people know about the Seraph. I guess you find one person who kind of is like, oh yeah, that's kind of the god of those star worshippers. There's a couple groups of them up in the mountains. They kind of hide away in kind of small groups. Got some like compounds scattered around the mountains. They're really hard to kind of find and drive out, and mostly they haven't caused problems in Lanova lately.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, he says he hasn't really run into them. They've been kind of quiet. Been kind of surprisingly quiet lately.
Okay. In that case, scene probably would be pretty much done.
I guess
With this location, at least.
Yeah. Specifically, that guy says he used to run into some. He's like a smuggler who's got some kind of roots through the mountains. He used to kind of get some goods back and forth between like Temel and Bayagu. Bayagu, sorry. And there was kind of like a group up there, kind of in the mountains in between, that he used to run into people there sometime. He just came back from a run. Didn't see anyone. It seemed super quiet. Didn't run into like any people up there. And then he throws an offhanded comment about like, bet that route's gonna get harder to run in the next couple of months.
Why for?
Good question, Seed. Mentions like, oh, there's some rumors flying around town tonight about some delegation from Temel, and who knows what news they brought. But everyone's probably going to close their borders a little bit with all this nonsense with the Seraph going on. But, would anyone else like to carouse a bit, look for some information?
I would. I was going to use society. Try to...
Excellent. Anything specific you're trying to gather information on, or just general rumors?
No, just general. I don't have anything specific I can think to add.
Okay. Then go ahead and roll me a 1d10.
What?
Okay. Okay, this kind of comes piecemeal. As you're like prodding around, there's something that kind of like catches your attention. Someone kind of mentions that the like what do they call it? I guess they just call it the thunder. They mentioned they haven't been hearing the thunder in the last couple of weeks. It's been a little while since they've heard this thunder, and then you are like kind of inquiring more from different people. Apparently, there's just this kind of phenomenon. Like Lanova is kind of just kind of common knowledge in the country that sometimes there's like some like thunder that happens kind of without any kind of storm going on, without any rain. There'll just be kind of some like rolling thunder kind of in the distance, just like in broad daylight, middle of the night, totally calm, totally quiet night, and there'll just be a little bit of like rolling thunder. Nothing too loud. There are a few rumors about like what kind of natural phenomenon it could be, or whether it's like another someone at one table is like, oh, it's one of those new divinities roaring out. And another one's like, don't be stupid. It's been going on for hundreds of years. It's got nothing to do with the new divinities, I tell you. So, you kind of learn that there's this phenomenon, and that it's been a little less common recently. Frequently, I guess, kind of a north-south thing, not so much a east-west thing.
Okay. I know very little. Well, I guess I'm making assumptions about how much I know. But could I give that a ponder using a religion check to try to suss out if that perhaps is linked to Ishtal at all? Isn't he like storm, thunder, god? It's probably a reach.
From what little you know of Ishtal, it doesn't seem to really track. What little you know of him, it seems to be like sudden lightning strikes in maybe like a single place.
Okay.
Or like a kind of localized area. This is like kind of just a rolling, not very violent sound. Always kind of in the distance, always kind of seemingly kind of rolling across the landscape. Doesn't seem related to you.
Okay.
want to ask a question that would like totally give it away.
Well, then by all means, ask.
Have I yet described anyone's travel as emitting thunder or arriving with thunder or anything like that?
I do believe you may have.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
If I have, it totally sparks that familiarity. It conjures up that sound, but I don't know that I have. so I don't want to give it away for free. I'm trying to check my own notes, but no.
I know. I feel like I just read that when I was reviewing my notes, and now I can't find it.
Okay.
I feel like you have.
So
but
you
I
didn't read it.
No, I did. I think it's Visicia was
Okay.
described as arriving with thunder when she came to the tower multiple times.
Then
but
that's correct, actually.
oh, great.
You remember at least one of the times Visicia arrived while you guys were at the tower. I couldn't remember if that's ever happened.
Mhm.
That kind of rolling thunder sound from the distance. Conjures up that memory. Which I mentioned because you critically succeeded on the religion check. So,
Mother.
I guess it's just a regular success, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine in this case.
I appreciate your generosity. I wonder if that is exclusive to Visicia or if the others. Okay, cool.
Anyone else do any carousing, any rumor gathering? Got
Why not?
Right.
I was also going to as well.
Excellent.
Oh, you go first.
I want to find a bunch of crafters,
Ooh, okay.
metalworkers, and talk to them or listen in on them.
Gotcha. Okay.
Can I roll a crafting roll for that one?
Like, hello, fellow crafters.
How do you do?
One moment.
Or I can roll society at the same time.
Gotcha. In this case, society for just kind of finding them and getting rumors about them would work better, and then
Okay.
crafting would be for any information you gather from them from there, or like, interacting with them further.
So I have a choice still?
Go ahead and roll society in this case.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you get pointed towards there's a fellow who does some jewelry work. There's a table. Someone in this kind of seedy bar points you towards someone who's like, yeah, guy identifies valuable jewelry, antiques, from like my family. Identifies this stuff for me, so it sees how valuable it is. He's over there.
Wink, wink.
yeah. And he's hanging out with someone who does some. There's basically like someone who specializes in kind of like diamonds and jewelry and stuff. Hanging out with someone who does a lot of like ring work. And there can be drinking with a buddy that does some kind of more typical blacksmithing stuff as well. So, you're able to find this collection of crafters.
Then I will carouse with them.
Excellent.
Compliment their work.
Are you just kind of trying? Ooh.
Ooh. It's been a while since I've been in the forge.
Are you gonna let that one go?
Yeah.
All right. So you're talking to them. You're like, come in. You're talking about crafting with them. You bring up some kind of like something that's not like totally wrong with respect to hammering out like a bit of armor or like just a metal plate, like getting a metal plate flat. But it strikes the jeweler as like basically in one fell swoop you kind of let all of them know that you have no idea about their specific craft, like making jewelers settings and stuff. You like give a suggestion that kind of gets a weird look from all of them, and they don't like drive you away from the table or whatever, but they get this impression that you maybe aren't totally on top of your crafting game.
I look down at the table, realize what the mistake that he's made, and he stands up, takes his fork out, grabs a piece of food, and then leaves.
One of them, like as you're getting up, he's like, "Well, no, you can sit back down. I can tell you a little bit about what I know." And then you like grab the food and start like walking away with it. And he's like, "Well, fuck you too then." And no longer tries to get you to sit back down at the table. Turris. Sorry, if you have more, go ahead, Turcom.
No, I'm very happy with that.
Okay. Excellent. Turris, what would you like to hunt for in this sea of informational people?
Oh boy, let's see here. I've been trying to think of like anything specific, but I might just go general too.
All right. General's working out.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm here for the hot goss.
Let me see. Trained in gossip lore. I'm gonna recall knowledge. Okay, so this would be more like for recalling information about like any particular subject that you're not like trained in. Like,
Okay.
if you successfully gather some rumors here, I would give you a bonus to a gossip lore later about something that you wanted in Lanova for like your next
Oh. Okay.
anything in this region. But for like gathering information, it is more specifically around like it's fairly specifically a kind of diplomacy thing, I suppose. A diplomacy, deception, intimidation kind of thing.
That skill or what I should use now?
Sorry, say again.
For that, for later on.
For now, you could gather information with one of the social skills.
Okay. I will use diplomacy then.
And then you could like get more information on a rumor with the gossip. The gossip lore if you wanted.
All right.
Excellent. And you're going general?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a 1d10. Hmm. Okay. Sorry, that landed on a thing that would be very confusing to hear in this bar, so I'm trying to figure out a framing for it. So I guess you kind of end up overhearing a discussion that maybe like grabs your attention. And instead of kind of spending a bunch of time kind of floating from conversation to conversation, like gathering a variety of information, you end up listening to a lot of this conversation about how like the Church of Denali here in town is like, this group is kind of talking about, they're just having a very frank, casual conversation about how, yeah, like the Denalan priests, like they don't even really call themselves Denalan priests anymore. Isn't that kind of weird? Like the other three churches, they all talk specifically about like Arcanus and Scala, like praise be to Scala and the spiral of time and all of that. But like you go talk to a Denalan priest, they'll introduce themselves as like they all kind of say different things right now. A priest of the wilds, of priest under the bough, all these kinds of various things, and they'll still help you out with whatever. If you I went in there and I was poisoned by some snake. I went in there and they were able to kind of cure me of it. They're still very helpful, all very nice people, all very priestly, very respectable. It's just they kind of carry themselves differently. They don't talk about Denala very much.
Stairs to be quite upset.
Yeah, you just kind of listen to that conversation for a while. Piques your interest.
What's the big deal with these Denalan priests?
And I think that's about all the gathering that you guys end up doing in this place, for the most part.
Can I try and learn one last thing?
You kind of critically succeeded on yours, so yeah, you can give it a shot.
Scene would try and specifically ask if the like, what is the biggest issue that like their community faces? Like, is there a person who is kind of like one of the biggest pain points in Tamleoc for them?
I see. You're asking this at the criminal bar.
Yeah, all the bodies in this bar hate who.
Specifically, he would spin it as, is there someone who's been exploiting like the working class?
Oh, we're trying to find the billionaires.
Okay, go ahead and roll, I suppose, either, one of your social skills, or you can
Can I do diplomacy?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I re-roll that?
Yes, you can.
Perfect.
Aha! The voice shoves his
Oh!
head in the window and says, "No, no, no." Okay, of course. Jesus Christ, another crit. What a thing to crit on. Let's see. From what you can tell, here in Old Lanova, you've benefited greatly from the borders of Lanova expanding to just swallow the surrounding kingdoms. Things are pretty good here. It's easier to move goods around now because there's not like a border between Lanova and Grotrinia. That's just the same kingdom. So, you don't really run into trouble smuggling, moving things, moving merchandise until you get kind of like closer towards the actual borders. Like, mostly from what you can tell, things have actually gotten easier in Lanova in the last few years. No one really stands out as a big bad sheriff of Nottingham or, no big slave drivers or tyrants around here so much.
Okay. That's fun, I guess.
What's the bobble right now, by the way?
It's a good question.
I think Isha.
Oh, I gave them the guy the note, and I can't remember if he just handed it to me or not. We haven't really ever used it, right?
Mm-mm.
What are you talking about? We used it the entire time we were in the temple.
Besides the well, I didn't do anything there, I guess, what I mean to say.
Yeah, it didn't have a reaction at the Temple of Gala.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out if I can throw Scene of Auction a bone on the exploiting the working class front.
He would accept a recommendation for a place where there are lots of deep pockets for a possible performance.
As compensation.
In that case, you very quickly get pointed to not so much a bar. Like there's some noble who holds private parties very frequently. Who apparently like runs some farms, owns some land in northern Tamleoc, and they're like, no, he's pretty unreasonable to his workers sometimes, as far as local landowners are concerned. But he holds parties here in town very frequently, and that might be a place where you can
What's
go
his name?
perform. It is Pierre's.
Yeah.
Darrell Perez. I've been real bad about writing notes today. One of those days. Good thing nothing interesting has happened. Good thing no one has gathered any kind of information that I'll need to keep track of in the future.
Zero. Zero things for you to keep track of.
All right. With that,
So
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, so he throws parties and we're gonna crash.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the note for you to write down.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the group is getting together after gathering information for an hour, and Scene is like, we got a party to crash, maybe. I'm not going to talk for Scene, but
Mhm.
the group kind of like heading out of the seedier bar.
Also,
Go ahead.
yeah. I don't know if we want to keep hopping around. Scene was planning on going to multiple places, but we could also just streamline that if you want.
It all does take
Wait.
time. Like the performance was an hour,
He
and then
would-
gathering information is like an hour, maybe 2. So it does.
Okay. In that case, then he would just stick with that. How much money did we make?
From your 15-minute performance.
It was an hour performance.
Oh,
You try to let's see. You can have gotten some tips. You try to like go talk to the bar owner and be like, so how much do I make for the show? And he's like, you kidding me? I didn't hire you. He tells you to buzz off. But
Yeah.
as for tips, go ahead and just roll me another performance check. It won't be
Nice.
a ton,
That's okay.
because earning money is like a thing on a scale of a week, mostly.
Okay.
I guess that works. Okay. Roll to 34. You are level 7. Are you an expert in performance?
Master.
A master. That
oh, wow.
upgrades it. Not at all. That's really weird. At this level, that doesn't upgrade it
That's-
whatsoever.
That's dumb.
So the earn income.
Yeah, you only get there's only like you have to upgrade the level after your first upgrade, basically.
Yeah.
Mm,
We'll just. What'd you roll? You rolled a 34. You did roll very well. Go ahead and say you earn a total of a gold.
lame.
It's just from the tips thrown at you and everything. And a
A
wealth,
singular gold apiece.
a wealth of information.
Yeah. Okay. He would give the 3 that came with him 2 gold each.
2 gold. Let's go.
He would not tell them how much he made.
Hey, I don't blame you.
It's so funny. I was like, did I misspeak? Did he mishear? No, you're just fooling your party
No.
members. That's
Wow, he must have gotten at least 6 gold then.
that's incredible. Okay. All right. And for there, as you guys are shuffling out of the bar, we'll take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll come back to play the rest of the session.
Sounds good.
All right. Catch you guys in a few.
Excellent.
I returned, by the way.
am back.
Welcome back.
I'm also back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I am also back.
Welcome back.
I think I'm the last one.
Welcome back.
Everyone, don't move.
Welcome back, Slowpoke.
Don't move.
His vision is based on hearing you.
Oh, too late.
That's true. That's true, yes. Well, yes. Not your... It doesn't extend to your tokens, but yes.
The bread rolls I grabbed to snack on are stale. I'm so
Oh.
disappointed.
That's sad.
Darn shame.
I
Darn
thought
shame that.
microwaving them would help,
Hmm.
but it did.
Yeah. That's a shame. I
Dang.
don't even know how to revive bread rolls very well.
I know. They're the Hawaiian rolls, and they're so good.
Mhm.
Oh, those are good.
They're just old.
You could soak them in water and then microwave them.
Soak them in water and then microwave it.
I mean, not you don't want it super soggy, but like you need to create steam.
Mm.
You could also put like a bowl
wait.
of water in the microwave with them.
yeah.
Um,
You can
Well-
also, I learned this recently. You can bake them like that too in
Yeah.
an oven. If you put like a dish of water, you can
eh.
do that for any stale bread.
Wow, you guys had so many more solutions than I came up with on my own. I was like, I'm gonna nuke it for 15 seconds, and if that doesn't fix it, oh well.
Yeah, you need to be able to. Basically, you just need to reintroduce hydration to the bread.
Mm-mm. Well, I won't be doing that right now because I'm sad.
Oh,
Fair enough.
you need to hydrate your bread.
Try to hydrate it later.
So... I believe I heard that Bill was back as well. Is that right? I don't know. if
I
that's
don't
right.
recall hearing him.
Okay, maybe we'll...
Okay,
Oh, okay.
I'm back.
Welcome
sorry.
back. All right.
Oh, there he is.
I thought I'd heard everyone, then I was like, wait, maybe not Bill, though. There we go. All right. Now we can
Make sure the cats get some food.
Yeah. Tried to let Joe outside, but he was like, no, it's muddy out there. And I was like, yeah, it usually means you want to go outside. And then he looked at me, and then he came back inside.
He said not today.
Yeah, correct.
Aw. He didn't want to get muddy paws.
Yeah. It's unusual.
That's unusual. He was being kind.
Yeah. Okay. So, you guys have finished with your impromptu bar crashing performance.
Mhm.
You found out that there was this fellow who likes to hold parties, but what would you like to do with the rest of the night? The evening is kind of moving along. You kind of struck with this performance in the middle of kind of like prime time for these kinds of shows. It seems like the nightlife here in Tamleoc is kind of a little bit winding down. But what would you like to do?
Oh, I have one thing I need to do. I write a note to Cilia and then I summon a like little rat, and I have the rat run the letter to Asilia.
Okay. I assume this is
Basically,
something for me to just manage later.
no, it's just like telling Asilia that the voice is here. So.
Okay. All right. Excellent.
But no, I will. I guess that's all I explicitly needed to do. I'm actually fine with encountering my party now.
Okay.
Permission to encounter the party.
Party, what are you up to after that performance? What would you like to do next?
If we have the bauble, I was kind of thinking about going a little cool.
You do not
Okay.
have the. Well, you guys don't have the bauble. I have the bauble.
Oh, you do have the bauble.
Usually
Right
like
here.
Air quality bauble. No, Steris will be a stick in the mud and suggest we go back to the tower to get a good night's sleep.
That sounds fine to Scene.
Oh wow, I thought you were going to be dead set on us crashing a party. Scene is
Oh,
like, no,
no,
I've
that's-
turned over a new leaf. I'm responsible now.
No. Scene is fully planning on doing something like that tomorrow or crashing that area.
He said I
Um,
gotta pace myself.
Yeah. He needs the spell slots.
That's so real.
Okay. So, Isha, I guess maybe actually a whole ass 2 hours after you return to the tower, the rest of the group returns to the tower.
I turn around as they all enter in my chair,
And you turn the lamp
and
on.
I turn the lamp on.
Dark.
Exactly. Where have you been?
Oh,
I've been
I
up
see
all
you,
night.
Scene would say like, "Oh, that I put that chair there for you."
That was a joke. I'm not actually in a chair.
Ugh.
Aww. Be in a chair, Scene can.
I was like, that.
If
Yeah,
I
that
sit
feels,
in a chair, it will
that
disintegrate
feels too.
underneath me.
That feels too goofy for Isha.
Well, I was once in a spot where a chair was, but now it is a pile of dust.
Your chair's gone, Scene.
Cry.
No, but if Isha asks where we've been, Steris will retort, like, I was wondering the same thing.
I asked you first.
We were experiencing the nightlife of Tamleoc.
Did you find anything interesting?
Nothing immediately interesting.
Yeah,
Just a lot of
suck.
rumors.
You won't believe what I found.
Well, do tell.
The voice is here.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Did he notice you?
What? No.
Of course. I was not making myself unseeable. Though he was. But
Was he traveling alone?
I got the impression that he was following the other person, but I couldn't tell if he was traveling with them. Is that what I'm understanding?
They seem to be traveling together.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. I guess he was just trying to be quiet so that he wasn't noticed. That makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, I just described
Mhm.
that they were traveling in a pair. It was cloaked, but Augustine was invisible.
The voice, not Augustine.
Yeah, Augustine's the eye.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, you're good.
I have the voice written in my notes, just I'm not looking at them when I'm repeating the information. Yeah. That the voice is here. And it's he's traveling with a friend. And they were roommates.
And they were roommates.
They were roommates.
No sign of Regent Ethan Batzorik, right?
No, I still firmly believe they'll arrive tomorrow, but with the arrival of the voice, it is certainly no coincidence.
They must have some kind of rendezvous planned.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Well, you missed it earlier, but I shared with the rest of the group that the Huntsman's amulet.
I don't know what you're talking about, Stairs.
She'll take out the drawing.
I don't know what that is.
The Huntsman is one of my targets that is.
No, I don't know what that drawing is.
Well, this is a drawing of his amulet.
Why am I just seeing this?
You've been away from us for some time.
Just as long as... Never mind, it's fine.
It was delivered when we were dealing with the Varaktee earlier. You were with Agwin. Haven't had a moment since. Filling you in now. Anyway, it looks very similar to the puzzle. Not sure what to do with the information yet, but I think it's best if we don't advertise that we're the ones in possession of the box.
Have we been advertising that?
No, but sometimes with this group we need to be explicit.
I started to say earlier and just didn't fucking finish saying it. The drawing of the amulet, the left face is stylized to look like a bird head.
Mhm.
And the right one is like the mountain with like it's a mountain with like a pupil in it, like an eye in it. It's like a bird eye, a mountain with an eye in it, and then the eye of eternity on top. That I just stopped describing it earlier. Okay, carry on.
Oh, okay. Oh, many eyes. Anyway.
I don't know what to do with this information either.
Yeah, well. At least we're all on the same page.
Anything else?
Hmm. We might be crashing a party later.
Not tomorrow.
Why not?
Something big is happening. I can feel it. Besides, if Regent is going to be meeting with Rua tomorrow, he will need to keep our schedules open.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is our mornings are booked, but
You don't know how to listen, then. That's not what I said. I quite explicitly stated it.
It means means you need to wait till after the drama to crash that party.
Scene will
Or
shake his.
You can just crash it, but I.
No. It's okay. It's okay. I'll be there. What about the day after?
We don't know what will happen. Let's just keep it a day at a time.
Scene will nod. You're right. You're right.
We had discussed earlier that it felt there wasn't much we could do to prepare for the encounter tomorrow between Rurith and now the voice being involved. So I was suggesting we could get a good night's rest and deal with the chaos in the morning.
That's a good plan.
Very well.
Oh, also, the voice has a new trick.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. He prevented me from changing fate, as it were.
Will furl his brow. That's very strange.
It was indeed a peculiar sensation. I also learned that there was a new enchantment upon him. Or maybe it was old. But if we encounter him again, I intend to remove it.
Were you able to discern the nature of the enchantment?
No. I have not yet pondered such a thing. I am better at helping people get to the answer rather than finding the answer myself.
Well then, perhaps we can ponder together.
Of course.
Okay. So yeah, if you'd like to aid in a recall knowledge check, just let me know how you'd like to do that. The bit of information about his trick will lower the DC a little bit too.
Okay.
I guess specifically, are you trying to figure out what this enchantment on him was? Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was my intent. Based on like Isha's description and then my knowledge. Magic.
Okay. Okay. One moment. Okay. So the way Isha kind of describes it is it was kind of like a layer underneath the invisibility. It's like not an entirely different effect than the invisibility in terms of like how it acts. So it sounds a little bit like something to disguise the voice's true shape, true form.
You're saying he let himself go since we last saw him?
It's entirely possible. Yeah, using the information that Isha is providing you, it seems like this is like a polymorph effect, which I guess
Mhm.
is totally different than an invisibility effect, but just go with it.
Yes.
To ruin my
I
description.
won't overthink it.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
So yeah, more of a polymorph than an illusion in this case.
When we killed him the first time, the new voice had an identical appearance.
Identical appearance,
misremembering?
yeah, and kind of like seemed to be a bit of a caricature of the voice, like seemed to be acting up the voice's traits a little bit, but also let it slip to be more of a jerk
Mhm.
directly to you guys.
Yes, and he had mentioned something about like all the memories that the previous voice had had. He had.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. Right.
So unlike Augustine, it is just clearly a situation, clearly not a situation where like the voice was revived.
Yes. Well, with any luck, we'll succeed in dispelling that enchantment and getting him to reveal his true form. I'll make sure to prep a dispel magic. I tell Isha. If I have access to that, actually. I'm like, wait a minute. What character am I playing? Whoop. Yes.
Isha just nods.
And then Steris would make her way to her quarters and rest for the night.
Okay. On your way out, so Apahu had some tasks before he headed out to Tamleoc himself. So he's still around the tower, and he'll kind of step in when it looks like the group is kind of breaking for their quarters for the night. And he'll say, a moment, if you don't mind. I have news on this Farley fellow that you had me looking for.
Huh?
He
Do tell.
managed to trip my web a little bit, but then, unfortunately, managed to escape as well. I was displeased to find out about, but I did not know that he had access to Fey magic.
I knew he was tangled up in the Fae. I didn't know the extent.
He was caught over in Expedition's Landing. He was put in the brig. He was trying to sneak onto the boat. He managed to farm his way out of the prison and back onto the boat, unfortunately.
Where was the boat headed?
Boat is headed for a port across the ocean, a little bit away from a place called my brain is crashing. Wow. It's just Arkstead, right?
Yeah.
That's like the city name where the institute is at. Anyway,
Yeah.
a port near
Yeah.
a city called Arkstead across the ocean. Near a much bigger city called Eden.
For the brief time he was captured, were any of his personal effects taken in?
Go ahead and roll a d20. Just flat.
Okay.
Wow. All right. A couple of his effects were taken into custody, and he did not retrieve them before he left. He seemed to be quite in a hurry to get on a boat, and did not return for his things. He left his pack and all of its contents. Should I have it retrieved?
Yes,
Very well.
please.
Goddamn, 19.
I don't know what that means for you, but sorry, not sorry. Yes, Jozu. She'll thank Apahu for his help and urge him for a speedy retrieval of those items.
Okay, sorry.
You're good.
Oh, I already know who it is. I apologize.
It's all good.
Yes. I don't know what his deal is today. He doesn't seem like overly energetic. He's just, I don't know. Anyway.
He's just vocal.
Yep.
It's just one of them days.
It's one of them days.
I mean, I get it. Okay. So he delivers that information. He says he'll send word to have this pack retrieved. He thought of a fellow to act as kind of the stable hand, more or less. So he'll send for both at the same time, and one might arrive holding the other. He makes it, continues to say, who knows which will be holding which, but, and then walks away. So, that's all I had for that night. So yeah, feel free to hit your rest button.
Permission to rest.
You all awaken in the morning well rested, and you gather together to decide your next steps for the day.
I guess if we're all gathered, Isha kind of like rolls the bubble out into the middle of the table. To keep my agents safe, I must put myself in harm's way. I will not be keeping the bubble on me.
What are you planning on doing?
I will be keeping, hopefully, the Eye of Urith upon myself.
Very well, Tyrus says, and I'll grab the bobble.
Okay.
I will move it to the stash. I know I had planned to explore those churches with you, but I have things I need to do.
Are you sure you want to do this alone?
I can assure you that there will be no danger for me. I just am explaining that I will be in harm's way, but there will probably be no danger.
All right.
Who are the agents you're trying to deflect Rurith's attention from?
I will not be revealing that information.
Chris just rolls his eyes.
Will you share what you're trying to accomplish?
I have already told you what I'm trying to accomplish.
Yeah, keeping Rurith's attention.
Correct.
But for what purpose?
So that...
Your agents will be safe. Okay.
Correct.
And that's all you've deemed appropriate for us to know.
I just don't believe that more information needs to be said.
Okay. Well, we as a group had shared yesterday while you were elsewhere our worries about Rurith being swayed.
I don't think that there is a problem with him being swayed. He is a staunch enemy. Stubborn and old. I don't think that he will be swayed.
Okay.
Did you find anything that says otherwise?
Nothing substantial. All
What-
speculation.
What is the insubstantial?
Well, we know of his disdain for the old gods. And you've made that known. We know that he has intentions or wishes to free the fold.
And these make him swayable how?
Well, we just don't know the information that Regent and now the Voice might be bringing to his attention. Again, it's all speculation. And not perhaps more anxiety driven than information driven.
Well, hopefully such things will not come to pass.
All right. So the plan for us today is to wait for their arrival and
I do believe that one of the churches is in the walled quarter, which is quite near the palace itself. Certainly, Rurith will be having some of his knights watch us. And he knows to inform us if he is meeting with Regent today.
so we'll go to the church.
And I will become a sunspot.
Whatever that means. Sure. Stairs will kind of
I'll be back.
have a confused expression for a moment, and then, yeah, well, that's our plan.
I gotta step away for just a minute, but then I'll be back to describe
You're
stuff.
good.
Okay, sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. So you guys finish planning. And you head back to the gatehouse. Head on through. And you are back in Tamleoc. I imagine you fetch Ogwyn when you're heading back this way.
It'd be funny if we didn't, but no, we'll fetch it.
Okay.
I'm assuming he's coming with us and not Sunspot. Is he one of you? I don't know. We'll invite him to come with us to the church.
Okay.
If he's one of Isha's agents and we just don't know, that's fine.
All right. So, and then it sounds like you guys are splitting up as well. Main group is kind of going to check out this church. And then we'll see what Isha is doing, I suppose.
I'm just being, basically, I'm just like reading people's, I'm just like doing fortune telling,
Oh, okay.
but like in a way that is a little raucous, I guess.
I see. Interesting. Okay. So you're trying to like pull some attention, some crowds, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you definitely draw gazes and attention easily enough. The first couple of folks, it might be probably takes a moment to coax them to step on up and participate, but then after that it gets easier. Can both groups roll me just a flat d20 just to see, just for fun? Thank you. Okay. All right. So the bigger group, you head off to the church, kind of in the walled district. The one there is a church of Arcanus. And as you enter, it is lots of like kind of, the main chamber is kind of like a big showy vaulted ceiling. There's like kind of an arched main chamber with like murals kind of painted between the supports of it. It is not a library like the last Church of Arcanus you were in. It is really more of an actual church, kind of dedicated to arcane magic, and the principles kind of around the arcane. And when you kind of, I imagine you pull out the bauble pretty quickly, because that's a part of the whole trip here. It does not, it doesn't glow, doesn't light up when you pull it out in this church. So I'm not sure how much you stick around and investigate from there.
Probably just walk the length of the church, kind of just the entire area, and then
Yeah, this one, it's got some crowds, got some visitors. There's a couple of different folks in kind of robes of Arcanus who are like giving kind of mini lectures. There's not like a sermon to kind of the whole room at the moment, but kind of combinations of like priests and mages kind of discussing things with visitors. It's definitely an older church. You can tell in places that this has been here for quite some time, but also it's in a nicer condition than most that you've been in recently. Yeah, but you don't really see anything that stands out as you kind of sweep the church.
Okay, I looked at the others. I'm fairly satisfied, I think. What about you?
I can't help but feel like we were sent here to get us out of Isha's way. I'm frustrated, but we did what we needed to, I suppose.
To be honest, the more cagey Isha gets, the less I care. I wanted to check the churches too, so.
The less you care? That might be the rudest thing I've ever heard you say.
I simply am not trying to change anything. I don't have the power to change, so. If Isha doesn't want to clue us in what she's doing, then there's no point in bickering about it.
That's fair. We've wasted plenty of time attempting to do just that, haven't we?
Indeed.
Well, Ogwin's with us, so he'll be our alarm that goes off when Regent arrives, I suppose. I guess we'll kind of wait around.
Where would you like to wait around? Are you just like hanging out in the church, or would you like to be closer, or where would you like to be?
Excellent question. I mean, Darius is comfortable hanging out in the.
Is this the only church?
This is the only
There's
one.
3 more.
Yeah, there are 3 more. This is the only one in the walled district.
Okay.
There is one for.
I don't think we should stray too far, but.
Right. That's fair. The idea was definitely to check the one that's closer to Kessel Tamleoc.
Right.
I know you said you don't care, Turris, but I definitely still care.
Well, what do you suggest we do about it?
Well, I don't know. The thing we always do is try to get involved, and then we're left in the dark again, regardless of our efforts. Do you have any hypotheses as to who the agents she referred to are? Asilia, definitely.
Kind of thinks. Well, who else do we have?
Moratan?
Would be, though not subtle. Not quick to agree to asks.
I think all the anticipation of what's to come is getting to me. Perhaps we'll just distract ourselves until then. And she'll kind of like putter around the church, going to different whatever displays, pews, stained glass, whatever, and just kind of trying to take it all in.
Sounds good. At some point, you definitely get approached by someone who... one of the priests who tries to engage you in a discussion about how the arcane is actually the basis for all of reality. And that kind of thing. Well,
she will entertain the conversation, but
Okay.
just enough.
Just barely.
Isha, do you have anything specific you want to go over, or are you just trying to keep attention on you and we don't have any specifics we have to cover?
There's not like any. Yeah, I'm not like trying to achieve a specific like RP here. I'm just trying to like like I am looking around seeing if there are maybe more room nights than I would probably assume.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a perception check for that.
Because her assumption is that she just assumes that Rurith is going to be watching.
Right.
And obviously it would be really convenient to do that with his knights he can communicate telepathically with. So
yeah. Yeah, you don't really see
but I could also understand that he's like, if he understands that this is coming, then also Isha's not very good at seeing things, so
you
like in the literal sense.
Right, sure. You do spot I mean, you draw a crowd and then eventually like you end up seeing Droid and a couple of like regular guards kind of like check in to see what's gathering a crowd, but other than Drobe having kind of a very like this weirdo again expression on his face, you know, there's not much of a reaction before they kind of depart again.
That's fine.
But yeah, you're gathering attention. You don't see a ton of rune knights around, other than Drobe checking in on you.
Fine enough by me.
And then after some time passes, maybe an hour, it's starting to drag a little bit at the church. Yeah, if that's not like longer than you guys would wait around, I guess. Ogwyn will suddenly, and kind of like looking a little bit having a bit of an urgent look on his face, will gather everyone up real quick, pull Steris away from the conversation with this priest about the building blocks of reality and whatnot, and then get everyone in one spot, and then quickly kind of cast a spell to at the same time send a message to Isha covering the same topic. He will say out loud and into Isha's head, this regent fellow has arrived. More company than initially described. Seems there are 5 individuals total, and they don't sound patient, according to Rurith. Seems things are
Delightful.
developing quickly, so maybe we should.
Isha is in the middle of reading, and she just like runs over buildings. Oh.
Putting on this performance as a somewhat scary fortune teller, and then I imagine you just end up like unfurling your wings and just like horror movie crawl over the nearest wall.
yeah.
Like the crowd just like scatters and it immediately starts really probably gossiping with each other, but yeah, you end up gathering in front of the castle. You are seeing a group of guards kind of heading in as you are arriving and grouping up in front of the castle, including Droid.
Isha waves.
To Droid.
Yeah.
He at first doesn't see you. He's just like directing his guards, and then looks over at you and you wave, and he's like, just gives you this confused look, and then like turns and runs into the building, runs into the castle. This is probably a fair one to hit, maybe? Question mark? Okay. So. I'll go with the other one. So the group is gathered in front of the castle. What would you like to do from there?
So they're inside, right?
Yes.
That's what it sounded like.
Like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Does Agua know where inside they are? Are they already in Ruro's throne room?
Yes, it seemed they were making their way inside to his throne room when Ruth contacted me. They did not set an appointment, it seems.
Well, perhaps we should just follow right behind, but try to maybe keep our presence unknown for now, if possible.
I think that would be prudent. Is there any adjoining side room that we can station in? Maybe listen in from?
There
Like that.
There are balconies for nobles to listen in on certain discussions that, if you want to be passive listeners, we could go there. Stand outside one of
That
those
is fine.
doors. I'm not sure what the plan is.
Steen would ask Isha if she wants him to make her invisible.
Not now.
I think the plan is for us to eavesdrop until things go south.
Then yes, I can show the way to one of those observation balconies.
Very good.
Oh, how high are those balconies, by the way?
Uh,
Because if he has like a description.
About looks over at Turkon, kind of like holds up a hand, kind of like up to Turkon's head level, and it's like about him in half again.
Okay, that's fine.
That'll work.
All right. He like claps and starts leading you into the building.
Bless his heart.
So
As we are walking through, I do have this on me.
okay, you activate that, and you see floating above Steris just a disembodied eyeball looking at Steris.
You got a friend.
What the heck is that from? I don't know about it. Never mind.
What? Do I have something in my teeth?
Someone is scrying upon you.
Something I can try to dispel. Oh, you beat me to it.
Well, I'm only doing a second rank. I'm not doing a fourth rank here.
I think
I also just did a second rank.
Oh, okay. I can aid you, I guess. That would probably be
Okay.
better.
yeah, that makes sense. You will, I think. Yeah, go ahead and roll me a counteract check after Isha rolls an aid. Okay, yeah. So. Yeah. Isha, you kind of point this out. You are channeling some energies to assist with dispelling this, and Steris, you raise a hand to the general direction that Isha pointed it out. You can kind of see that shimmery spot in space, and you dispel magic. And for a moment, first you see the eye kind of like from front to back kind of fade into existence in front of you. It's kind of like a wave washes over it, and you can see it pop into existence for a moment, and you see this kind of somewhere between, it's like a semi-serpentine eye. And then again, another wave from front to back. It just kind of like turns to dust.
Interesting.
How long has that been there for?
I wish I knew. Thank you for pointing it out, Isha.
I do think it is new. I've used the spell many times around you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how familiar either of you are with scrying spells, but they're rarely permanent things. Yeah. So you catch that, you dispel that, you move along. Ogwyn leads you through some hallways. You hear like a bit of an argument coming from kind of like where the main entryway into the throne room is. But not sounds of combat. So it doesn't drag your attention too much. Ogwyn kind of like leads you over to a side hallway, up some stairs.
Isha is going to ask Ogwyn if he can fill us in on what they've been talking about.
He gets up to one of these balconies and takes out not a key for the lock, but a lock picking kit.
Ogwyn, we have to side to you.
And he's like, Earth had to be rather brief, and has not filled me in.
It is fine. Just open the door.
Right.
Before I open it.
And there's a click, and he pushes it open as quietly as he can, since you expressed interest in eavesdropping. And then there's like a little bit of a hallway, some light. You can kind of see one of the stained glass windows down at the end of the hallway, and then there's like some curtains. And then like a rounded balcony with some kind of like hip level railing to keep anyone from spilling over the edge. There are like some like silk like privacy curtains that can be dropped down for people who want to observe unobserved. They're currently open. So you guys are stepping kind of towards this balcony. I imagine you're trying not to be immediately noticed. I'll rearrange things as we enter here. I have a lot between like giga tense and not that tense for music. Okay, so stop trying to pickpocket the Sarah.
Bitch ass out of reach. Get over here.
I'll put you guys.
Get over here.
Yes, brilliant Archmagus, my favorite character.
What? Where does it say that? Oh, fucking Earth's
That's
fucking
Earth,
token.
yeah.
Goddamn.
No, I know. I'm just.
I wish I could
This
just.
token's name is so pretty.
Thank you. Oh my lord. The song is so.
You give us a map, we're gonna click all over it. It's just...
It's true. Okay. So, you guys are over on this balcony, and you hear some voices kind of coming up from the chamber. Specifically, I suppose, you hear Regent kind of saying, if these guests of yours are any later, I should think that we should start our discussions. And Ruth says just, a moment more. My men are usually quite quick to relay my orders. If they are not here momentarily, then I will hear what you have to say.
Is he talking about us?
I think so. Steris will whisper, suggest to Ogwyn that maybe you could let him know we're here.
I let him know that we're not here.
Or let him know.
He looks
Poor Ogwyn.
between the few of you, and he's like, not quite following all the innuendo here. So
Scene will look at him and give him like the rock on hand symbol again.
slyly let him know that you are here, but pretend you're not here, or just lie to him.
Well, we'd never ask you to lie to him.
I would.
He like,
Misha might. Let him know we're nearby.
right. So he'll kind of like turn and concentrate on the spell and go with the story provided by Stairs. You hear him tell Ruth that you are all within earshot.
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Where is the
fifth
fifth one?
one?
Where is Voice's escort?
Well, you heard arguing down the hall. So that message is delivered. You see Ruth kind of like look to the side for a moment. Not towards you, just kind of like away from the guests, just to concentrate on what he's hearing, and then he turns back to the group and says, seems it will take them a moment longer than anticipated. You may begin. Let's see. To which the voice kind of steps forward then and says, very well. As you have no doubt already heard, your quiet neighbors to the west, Temel, they have declared war on you in recent days, have they not? And Brith kind of just says they have. We are looking for allies for the Seraph. He is new to this world. We have armies of our own, but we would prefer to bolster those forces. If you are not on our side, it is easy to predict that we would get into a messy land war with you here. If you find yourself opposed to what we are hoping to achieve. And Rarith kind of like gives an anticipatory scoff, and he's like, and you are here to provide an alternative suggestion, are you? You have some sweet deal? And, the voice smiles and nods, says, of course. I am sure you would not like a needless conflict either. We could take care of this issue with Temel for you. And Rarith kind of interjects, and he's like, Temel is hardly a threat on its own. And the voice kind of nods. So we come to the second thing. It seems that you would like very much, from what I understand, to bring the Four back into this world. Is that correct? And Marith kind of nods.
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm gonna turn to Agwin and I'm gonna ask him to check out the noise from the hall.
He'll nod. And he'll step away.
I just don't really feel like this is gonna go any like this. Sorry, Isha thinks that this is a distraction of some kind, so she wants Agwin to go check out the noise
sure.
in the hall.
Ogwin will slip away to go check that out. So slips away to do that. The conversation continues, and the voice says, contrary to what you may have heard from other sources, the Seraph would like nothing better than to bring back the Four. He wishes to meet them again in person. After such a long wait, they are... He sees them as mentors of a sort. As old friends. And Brith lets out kind of another scoff. But the voice just kind of continues, and he says, so, we would like to find a way to release the Four so that they may have this meeting, this reunion. And then Rarith asks, and why would I want to help further your goals? Why would I give you what you want? And the voice kind of laughs, kind of shrugs, and says, you simply believe that the Four will succeed in driving away the Seraph, will overcome him. You believe in their power. I just want to give you the outcome that you are looking for. And there's kind of like a moment of quiet. And then the voice reiterates, it's like, if you help us, even if you stand aside and simply let us find a way to release the Four, then as I said, we will take care of this Tamil problem. All of this corner of Aldhelm will be yours. And we'll have no further quarrel with you. Until the Four are awakened, of course, and we see where things fall. We see how that clash between them and the Seraph goes. Then we can reevaluate.
If it feels like Ruith is like taking a break from speaking,
Mhm.
Does anyone else want to say anything before I start talking shit?
I should ask.
I will take your silence as a no.
I should ask you
I was
how
trying to
long
think.
you wait before you.
I was
start
gonna. Yeah. So like they're like posturing here.
Yes. I guess.
And if it feels like Ruith is sort of like, it doesn't feel like Ruith is on the back foot necessarily, but it does feel like he doesn't really have. I guess if I feel like it looks like he's taking his time to respond.
Yeah, there's a moment where he kind of like leans back and almost like leans against one of the arms. It kind of like folds his arms in front of him and leans against one of the arms of the throne, and like places like a thumb and one of his fingers on his chin. And it does look like he's considering for a moment, but it also looks like he's about to speak, like he's not taking that long to consider. So it is up to you if you would like to wait and hear what he has to say.
Oh, Agwin's in the other room, isn't he?
Agwin is in the other room, yes.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say something to him, but never mind.
You do hear some some scuffling of footsteps approaching you from behind again. It seems like he's coming back with news. But he's not here yet.
Yeah, Isha is, I guess, just like kind of slowly walking up,
Yeah,
like to get past the curtain,
sure.
I guess. But if Ruth is going to respond, she's okay with waiting.
Yeah, I think he even like looks over and like sees you kind of emerging from the curtains before he responds. He'll like look back to the voice and say, yeah, he'll look back and he'll say, should have had his precise response ready. Seeing Isha, I think he will say, in that case, then I agree. And then he kind of like looks over to you again, Isha. Says, unless there are any dissenting voices, of course.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh. Hold on. I'm writing things down.
Yes,
I'm
that's
not.
fair.
I'm in the moment. I am just fucking flabbergasted.
Scuffling up to the back of the group, Ogwin, who didn't hear what Ruth just said, kind of informs, kind of like looks to Turkan and Steris and is like, oh, there's a rather frightening looking woman barring the front door, arguing with dear Droib about entry and who was allowed in, and does a double take towards Steris again. It's like, he appears to be a steno?
Stairs will stiffen and like point me in the direction.
Kind of like puts a thumb over his shoulder. Back down the hallway towards the main hall. And he can like lead you in that direction.
Yeah, she'll go with him.
Okay.
Kind of hurriedly.
Do you want help?
I don't think she even hears you, but if you follow her, she won't decline it.
Okay, I'll follow along.
Okay. Interesting.
Oh, this is getting very exciting.
Scene now that like Scene would like shuffle over to Turris and kind of like lean and be like, Did Rurith just agree to the deal?
I've been trying to say something, but people keep talking.
Go ahead,
Yes,
go ahead.
I think he did.
Isha comes out and she's like, if only the declaration of war for Temel wasn't also the Seraph's fault.
There's kind of like this simultaneous reaction of like Regent kind of looks over and sees you all and is like, a preposterous accusation. Meanwhile, Rurith at the exact same time is just like, of course it is.
Why don't you show us your true face, voice? Or is that something lost to you now?
He kind of grins over to you again. A grin a little bit too, just a little too wide for like a human face. And he says, But I have a role to play here. I cannot abandon it at your whim, surely.
You can do whatever you want.
Alas, that is...
Is that not the proclamation of the Seraph? Free will? Freedom to act as you wish? Freedom from the rule of the four?
But of course, he says, kind of like looking towards the other two Star Dreamers present, the quiet Eighth and Batsarig kind of standing flanking them. It's like, of course. Free will from their tyranny for all that I lead. My own shackles run a bit deeper than that, but
would it be that I can liberate you?
I would not have you commit such a sin on my behalf. I am happy with my role here. If you are here to liberate me, then by all means, help me play it out.
Isha sort of like quietly turns towards Rarith. If you could see the fate of the worlds that the Seraph has visited, would you like to see? For or no? They desolate everything that they come to.
I would of course not turn down additional information. I would see what you have to show.
Isha starts to sort of explain her experience at the telescope. I was like, my brain just forgot the word for that building.
Yep.
And it was just like, telescope.
Okay. We will cut to the other group while you were explaining that. We see if this were a show, we'd probably have that like hanging over this scene a little bit, like simultaneously rolling that dialogue. But we see Ogwyn kind of leading Steris and Turkan out into the main hall. And there you see a familiar Steno standing in front of the double doors into Rurith's throne room. The doors themselves just entwined now on this side in thick, blackened, gnarled roots that kind of like stretch just behind the feet of Sig, who is holding a sword made out of this similarly darkened wood in a style very similar to the swords that she trained with you in your dream. In her other hand, though, a shield, which is not something you've seen her train with before. She's wearing kind of this armor kind of made out of this similar black bark. There are two crumpled Kingsguard in full plate, just like either side of her, the guards that were like standing by the door when you arrived yesterday. No blood seemingly, but the armor is like crunched in a couple of places. And then there is another slightly more bloodied man kind of like holding a wound. In fact, you see Droib just like on the ground with a wound, just like holding it and kind of like breathing heavily. And then you hear Sig saying, well, I believe that marks how close you are allowed to get quite nicely. Trivia Man, if you wish, just maybe don't put your feet past where his landed. None of you are allowed to interrupt. And, like, she currently has where her snake hair had all been, like, cut off. There are kind of these, again, like, inky wooden replacements, almost like grown from that, kind of like looking at the guards kind of like surrounding this double door set, hissing at any who kind of raise a weapon or get too close.
Okay. So, happening upon this scene, we're kind of rushedly coming to this ruckus. Sterisol call out to her. Say, what is the meaning of all of this, Sig? What are you doing here?
Her head kind of keeps facing the same direction, but like her eyes flick over to you, and like her eyes do a bit of a double take. And then like her head tilts a little bit. And she's like, gives like a little head shake. It's like, she said you were miles and miles away. She said you were miles away, and he said you would be here. And he was right as always. I think we're a little short on time for me to explain much. But unlike these buffoons, you are allowed through if you would like.
Allowed through. You're keeping them from interrupting the conversation going on.
She nods.
Is there an outcome you're hoping for?
She like opens her mouth to speak and then kind of like closes it again. Kind of gives a little smile. Is like, I'm hoping to find some fools eager enough to step within my blade's reach. Uro is hoping that you all have something to say about what's going on in those doors.
Well, seeing as I'm out here and not in there listening, I don't know. But as we were coming out, it seemed Rurith was leaning towards agreeing to whatever the voice was offering.
Seems like a good time to change his mind and make him your friend. So the hand thinks, anyway.
I believe that's the goal.
You already have another vantage point, or would you like to go through?
We have a vantage point. And Steris will kind of look to the guards and tell them to keep their distance from her. She's deadly with that blade.
Oh, don't listen to her. How bad can it be? And they all like take a step back.
Mm-hmm. Are you sticking around? Or do you need to make yourself scarce after all this comes to be?
I'll see what I can get away with.
I can't remember the name of it. Steris will just say Valley Oasis Inn, and then she'll turn and go back towards the balcony.
All right. And as Isha is finishing up the story of the couple of desolated worlds that you have glimpsed.
Also, while this is happening, there is just like a display of them happening here. Like Isha's like projecting her like temporal flux out to here, the like center here.
Yeah. So he's watching, kind of like narrows his gaze as you are showing him this.
Even if you agree, Rurith, your world will still be decimated. The four will not agree to meet. They came here running away from the Seraph to build an army so strong they could fight him. And they failed.
Kind of lets out a breath. He's looking a little bit less sure of his little gambit after the display. Go ahead and roll whatever social skill you would like to kind of convince him.
My intention was to actually scare him into not agreeing.
I did kind of figure it was intimidation. So go ahead, knowing the DC is lowered from the information.
Fuck.
Oh shit.
Why can't I roll?
Can I give a hero point?
You bestow one.
I technically did give the other half of the recap.
So I was actually
That's
going to
true.
say
You
the
Yeah,
entire
you can have mine. I haven't used it.
I have a second one that I haven't used that I can give
It with permission.
with permission, obviously.
We can make this 2-to-1 trade, sure.
Oh, 2-to-1? We each have to give
Ooh.
one?
Keep in mind the clock here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'll do it.
Okay.
Ferris is like, you have 15 minutes.
If we need some backing for it.
Okay,
I
that
was
is
gonna say-
better than a 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the voice notices this fate bending happening, and he kind of tilts his head, but
And
he
as
almost
he
nods
looks-
to you and like just lets it.
Mm.
But go ahead, finish what you were saying.
Yeah, like we both like look at each other. We're just like, what's gonna happen here?
Mhm. Little standoff.
This guy's so meta.
I need to read you a thing after later sometime once this scene is done, which might not be for a little while.
I don't know if this matters. Can I aid Isha in the intimidation check? Specifically, I was gonna say the entire time that Isha is presenting the information, scene would start to play music, like cinematic music, and when it's like meant to be scary, he would go for like scary, like daunting sounding music. The people down there can't see him still. He's like in just
In
kind
the
of out of
shadows.
sight. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, there's like a curtain. We'll
Yeah.
say the curtain is like behind.
Yeah.
There's like
Isha has her dramatic curtain. Everyone...
Yeah. Do you want a performance check?
Yes, go ahead and aid with performance.
Yeah.
Oh.
You succeed in giving Isha +2. So with that, he will, I think, stand up and he will say, I think with this information, I will have to reject your proposal. We will find our own way to awaken the Four. And he'll like hold a hand out And the chains holding the sword will just suddenly like snap and fall away, and the sword will light up with runes of its own, free floating above Rurith, and kind of like point towards the visitors. And then the voice kind of grins and just says, I was hoping you would say that. And starts to weave some kind of spell. And I think that is where we'll end it for the week.
Oh my god.
And start with an
If people
initiative
could
roll
go
next
over, we
time. This fight is going to take a wee bit.
Hell yeah. We haven't had a wee bit fight in a while.
That's true.
Get my sister in here.
Well, aren't we not playing the next 2 weeks?
Is it the next
Yeah.
one? All right.
Oh no.
Sorry, guys. I mean, yeah.
Am I glad or mad that we're not revealing who the voice is until later? Oh, that's painful.
I know. It's a real good cliffhanger.
It is.
It's a real good cliffhanger.
It is. Well, thank you guys very much for playing. I'm so excited to play again.
Me too.
Nearing the end of the month.
Me too.
No, midway. It's just play again on the 19th.
Mhm,
Cry.
mhm, mhm.
Unless, well, I know. We don't have a lot of flexibility in this play on other days, huh?
Yeah, it's a little rough on this group.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm going to the Run Fair for the next 2 Saturdays, so rip.
I'm also going.
Yeah. I
It was
trying to
my
take-
idea, actually.
It was your idea.
It gives me
I was trying to take the heat for us, but okay.
My bad.
it gives me so much time to map out some other stuff that's happening not in this room. So that's fine.
Great.
I'm rather happy with how this session has gone.
Me too.
And now we're gonna be level 8.
Not
Yeah, heck yeah, let's go.
Just in
not
time for the
before the
fight,
fight.
Before the
Fuck.
fight, yes.
Fuck!
It's okay. We have level whatever Rith helping us now. He's our bestie.
After the fight, closer
Just
than you
scared him.
think. Closer than you think to
Oh.
the next level.
Oh, jeez.
Should we all make predictions on who the voice is?
It would be
Or what
it would
the
be
voice
tough
is.
unless you've read a lot of Pathfinder bestiary.
Eh,
He's
Oh.
a dragon.
he's a dragon.
Not allowed.
I thought dragons weren't allowed in this game.
No,
Dragons
no,
aren't
no, no, no,
allowed
no.
in this world.
They're not native to this world.
Sorry,
Correct.
in this world.
Correct.
I thought that was one of because I
Neither
remember.
is the seraph.
You're so right.
Look, I'm not saying
What,
anything
what a
other
way
than
to, what a way
I'm
to
just-
bend the...
I'm just clarifying the rules here.
I thought that it was because Dallas said no
No,
dragons.
that was
allowed.
No.
Connor.
That was
Totally,
me.
yeah.
That was you.
That was on Connor,
Oh
yep.
shit. Okay, I'm misremembering. So sorry, Connor.
I'll,
I
I'll,
still don't know
no,
what
no,
you
I'll
have against
take
dragons.
I'll take the responsibility. I just getting into Pathfinder for the first time was like, Jesus Christ, I don't want to play with like the namesake of Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Like,
fair.
can we do something?
Dungeons are
different for-
fair. Dragons are too far.
Yeah, yeah,
Dungeons are fine. Dragons.
You gotta pick one.
yeah, exactly.
One or the other.
And now we already have, I mean, he's kind of a pseudo dragon, but we already have a dragon in a dungeon in this campaign.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
But here.
Mhm. The dragon do be here.
He do be here. Good lord.
One might think I added that creature to the game with that joke in mind, but nope.
That was just convenient
Yep.
joke you thought
One
of
would be
after.
wrong.
Yeah.
One would be wrong.
I'm also glad that you guys found out the identity of the traveling companion of the voice.
So that was. What was her name?
Sig.
Mm-hmm.
So that was Sig. Sig wanted us to go in there. Sig is on Oro's side, the hand's side.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the hand has some thoughts about a lot of things. Probably I'm giving you too much information with these random blurbs from his friends, but whatever.
His friends, Uro is a tight-lipped man.
Mm-hmm. His friends are not.
His friends are not.
But one, yeah, correct. That is correct.
Uro has stated many times what his goals are, and I just imagine that his friends all just extrapolate and make the other stuff.
So here's so she was the Voice's traveling companion,
Yes.
but they're not necessarily on the same side.
Also correct, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So what the heck were they doing together in the first place?
She was
They were
making sure he got
kissing.
here. No. If she's under deep cover, maybe they did need. Who knows? Me refusing to think negatively about her at all.
It would be wild to ship her with, like, maybe the most hated NPC of this party.
Literally. But no, she was killed with the rest of my family, and then brought back by Uro to, and I quote, burn the world.
Oh,
So she's causing chaos, wreaking havoc, and potentially helping us out. Which in this case does seem that way. But I, as a player, am nervous about future implications.
interesting. Interesting. At least I understand. Okay.
Yeah, everything that is happening in this game is so easy to understand.
Yeah,
Oh,
so easy.
yeah.
I'm wrapping my head around everything and not at all questioning my knowledge. I swear to God, if I make a Google Doc for this game, I was
One
looking
of
and I
the-
had the beginnings of one, and it was already like,
One of the things I did for
Yeah.
campaign 1, because campaign 1 was 1.5 notebooks.
Jesus Christ.
Was I got like tabs and I went and tabbed like all the important stuff.
Mm,
That's smart.
that's really smart. See, I just keep, I have like my main notebook, and then I have like a little side notebook where I make like compiled lists of the information I feel like would be relevant for a particular situation or session. But you know, sometimes what I anticipate is not what actually that goes out the window. So
Right.
you know,
yeah.
it's a gamble.
You gotta learn
Okay.
how to steer the car.
I can't, dude. You're the master of steering the damn car. I don't know how to steer the car. I try. I'm trying really hard in the other game. I feel like my hands are on the wheel, but it's not a test.
There's no power steering in that game.
I think it's really funny that at the start of this game, I vaguely remember Moto saying like,
No, all I
don't
wanted
want-
was people to fight me. And I'm
I'm
getting
trying.
plenty of, and
No,
all I'm
no.
getting is I'm getting plenty of that. And I'm like, at the very least, I want people to be like, I think you're making a mistake, or I think you're being kind of fucked up about this. I'll be like, you're right. Thank you
I
for acknowledging
swore
that.
you said I like did not want to be the one driving the car.
No, and I also said I don't mind driving the car, but I also need people to talk about me driving the car.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will talk about you driving the car and how it makes me feel.
It is. This campaign
I-
is certainly not Moto driving the car and the rest of the party saying, "Yep, okay."
No.
No, people have thoughts and feelings about me driving the car, and I'm like, at least it's better than just walking around being like, where are we going? Or I was like, that way, I guess. I don't fucking know. There's fucking Australians over there. I gotta beat up or something.
Get him, Bill.
Get him.
Also, the thing you wanted to
I
read,
mean, you're welcome to try.
is that a secret thing?
It is. It is the
Okay.
the like.
I love a secret thing.
It's the lore notes of the creature
The
present-
lore notes of the
presently
creature,
known as the voice.
creature feature.
The creature feature that
The
is the
creature
voice.
Yeah.
feature.
the artist.
Man.
The artist presently known as the voice.
Mhm.
The artist presently known as the voice.
I was just gonna say, his like token thing.
His whole token
is a
has a
little-
lot going on.
is a little scary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was confused by the little circles.
He's
And
a
I was-
molder.
I was looking
Like-
at it and I was like, it's kind of scary when you zoom out a little bit.
Mm-hmm. My cursor was hovering over the dispel magic. The episode ended, so
You can hit it if you want. You can let a
Oh,
single pre-fight dispel magic try to rip. Nah, it's better. It's better to win.
It's better to wait.
It sounds like he's gonna do it himself.
It sounds like he wants to dramatic reveal himself. Actually.
Yeah. That's what I'm getting.
I'm gonna save my spell slot.
I'm just curious if kill Regent is still the primary goal of this fight. Or
I
if-
think
No,
that
it's now a secondary goal.
that it's my bonus bounty.
All right.
That is a bonus. That is an extra.
Because it clearly
We can get Envoy a new leg off this guy.
I need that guy's leg.
we might be able to get Envoy a whole new like
A
shell.
whole new shell. Don't destroy it too bad.
At that point, is he even envoy anymore?
Oh no.
Yes,
Not
because
the
we're not
ship.
replacing his inner bits. We're just replacing
Oh,
his
just
shell.
outside bits.
This
Got
is
it.
not a ship of
The
Sisyphus.
Warforged of Theseus.
Have I ever told you the story of the Shell of Envoys?
Oh my god. I do not like what's happening with Sigzip, though. That's very unsettling the way you're describing it.
It's just,
I'm glad it's unsettling. In
It
it
fact,
is.
should be it should be a bit.
it should be
Yeah.
unsettling.
Well, I mean, the fact that she was dead and now isn't is also unsettling, but that's fine. We can move through that.
Sometimes things get dead and then they get undead.
Yeah, it's just when you bury your family, you think they're gonna stay in the.
What? Yeah, I mean, you haven't watched Pet Cemetery?
I haven't.
You
Oh.
anytime I have a dead person in my backstory, I'm always like, they were last righted, because if they were last righted, they can't come
Oh.
back. You just
geez.
missed,
Oh,
you messed
that's
up.
the hidden. I
You
messed
messed up.
up. I
You
forgot
messed
the
up.
clause. I forgot the clause.
You messed up.
No, it's fine. It's very interesting this way.
I like how it's Moto's character too that did it. Like Moto is the one
Dude, I
doing this
know.
to you.
Yep.
My
The whole campaign, actually.
Yep.
Technically, the full
Actually,
campaign is actually my
Uro
fault,
is the
yeah.
entire
I mean-
reason for everything. Actually.
This was kind of an eventuality in this world, but like also Uro is the one that went and broke the towers.
Get off. Yep.
It took 3 sessions
After
from
disco-
finding one of the
after dis-
anchors. It took 3 sessions from finding one of the anchors for Moto to be like, Uro's gonna break those. What are we gonna do about it?
Oh my goodness.
Ruth is very meta mad at Moto.
Meta man.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just
understandably.
every one of Ruth's plans is ruined by Moto at some point or another.
True.
I
I
don't know.
have accidentally super cucked him.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense for anyone not giving.
Oh.
He was just investigating. He had people investigating the people investigating one of the anchors that arrow broke.
Oh.
Huh.
Are you gonna tell me that camp we found at
In the
during
mountain castle,
was actually was his people?
one of them was a rune knight.
Wow. I don't remember that.
I don't think you ever met which rune knight it was.
No, I hate. Well, yeah, I also don't like Ruith.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, you
But
made
I'll-
that abundantly
You know,
clear.
I will let you know that the rune knight at that wintry mountain keep was, you know, a little bit roguey, a little bit scouty, did work on the border. Wonder if that sounds familiar.
Oh. Yeah, I feel like I remember I remember doing that. I was like, we're just leaving, actually, guys.
Yeah.
We can't stay here.
You assassinated
And then I
the one
turned
guy
to-
outside, and then you're like, never mind. Yeah, Ogwen could have been dead right now.
Yeah, and it would have been me. My fault.
Protect
No,
Ogwen at
no.
all costs.
Honestly, Ogwen's been a homie. He's put up with us.
He was willing to lie to Ruith for us.
He was considering
That
it.
is not what it sounded like he was saying. It didn't sound, but it does.
Well-
The implication was there for sure, but I don't know if that's what he was saying.
He was definitely trying
No,
to
that's
figure
what it-
out what you guys wanted, what you meant,
Mhm.
what you were trying to instruct.
That's what he was saying.
Man, I miscounted my pages. By the way, I have 11 pages left in my
Oh
notebook.
my god.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna wind down my stream, and then try to fix my computer. But I guess I might be around to yap a little bit more before that.
Thanks for running, Varys.
Yeah, thank you.
It was a lot of
Thank you for the running.
Yeah.
Good game.
Yeah.
Thank you, even though you gave us a horrible cliffhanger.
No, it was
No,
a
it was-
great cliffhanger.
Especially for 2 weeks.
I am
Yeah.
terrible at finding cliffhangers, so you know what? I'm glad. I'm glad it's worked out for once. But it's much better than leaving for a break for 2 weeks and coming back to like, oh yeah, what scene were we? Oh, we were having
Yeah, what were we
conversations in
doing?
the dining room 3 weeks ago. Which is usually how that goes. So I'm very, very happy with this
Correct.
as a return point. So, I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Already.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. This was a lovely session of Pathfinder, as I was just babbling about. We're going to see who's around. We're going to go raid. While I'm figuring that out, I believe that I will be back tomorrow evening with music. I have a lot of music to do, especially with my computer being crappy the last couple of days. I've gotten, like, no music done. No music done, and I have deadlines coming up, so yeah. We'll see how that goes. I'll let you guys know. But this album that we're working on is going to be an album on my Patreon and available for purchase on like Roll20 and the Foundry Marketplace. And I'm very excited for that. It's going to be a very like character focused album with lots of like motifs kind of shared between the soundtracks. So I'm very excited to show that when I can. Let's try to get some art first. We'll see. Looking forward to it. My weekend follower list has like collapsed. I have like no stream friends on. What's going on? Let's check if Let's check if there's anyone on Pathfinder. I might just shut it down. We've got kind of a quiet group tonight anyway. So perhaps... Oh, there's some Pathfinder streams on. There's a lot more than I'm used to. Oh, there's a couple of people streaming this ASMR in the Tower game. Maybe we should go check that out? Let's check that out. There's a couple of different viewpoints on this one. So let's go a little raid Carnelian Crystals. It is also being streamed by Cosmic Aries, so I will put that. I'll put a link for that in chat. Channel not found. Yep, I misspelled Aries as area. Excellent. I am incredible. There's the link for that one. The one we are actually going to raid is Carnelian Crystals. Go check out their game. I should have checked how long they've been going. Pretty close to the end of their session too, but whatever. That's fine. That's fine. We'll go say hello. We'll catch the end of the game, see what cliffhanger they end on. So, see you guys tomorrow for music, maybe Monday for music. And probably find Friday for the Path of Exile League, I'm not gonna lie. And until then, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend and a wonderful start to your week. I have been Varys, you have been delightful, and I'll see you all again real soon. Goodbye!